Hello everybody, I hope everybody's having a good day. Hello chaotic Mew, Pixel, Vexed, and Wacky. Hi. I need to do a few things before we can play game, and one of those things being downloading the game. Guys, hi. Hi everybody. Alright, that's downloading. I have a few things that I gotta do first, and then we can get into gaming. One of those being me grabbing the logo for this, so I can do the stuff for it. Boop. Copy image. The room too. Oh, it's like... Okay. My section only. Download. Oh no, stream. My brain is totally off right now, but we're doing our best. Okay, let's see this. Oh, you had like a lullaby. I'm gonna show you how it's done. This will be the 10th. I just want to have this pre-prepared because I don't know how much time I'm gonna have this weekend to do stuff. So, okay, that's all good. Ooh, let me open my to-do. Oh. So, magical love to and rainy Renton. Rainy. Nails, nail mascara. Check for a napalm error. Okay. I need to upload this one, which is this one. It's done. Boop. I'm surprised hashtag mortician isn't a thing. V stars, no. It's done. And this one goes here, and then this goes to English. Next. Oh, my neck. My neck. My back. My pussy and my crack. Open. I need to... Okay. And then... Oh, YouTube title is missing. Where is it? Nope, not that one. Your head up. Where's your head at? This is space name, and then the number. There we go. Where's your head at? Alrighty, and this is this one. Oops, this safe. Back. Balls caving on you. Schedule Friday vids. Okay. Without you. And then we're going to make VOD. Hi, Rhino! Are you excited for Dragonlance today? July 2nd. Did I do the numbers wrong? What? I think I did. You are going to play the room? I am going to play the room. For what today? To Dragonlance? Dragonlance? Dragonlance is today? Me editing videos. And then... yeah, that was Wednesday. Do we not have Dragonlance today? Do we not have Dragonlance today? Wait. It says we have it on his schedule. It says we have it on the... Oh, goodness. Oh my god, does that mean I get to hang out today? Have Dragonlance today? Because Reno is gone for his brother wedding. He forgot again, and I told him again that I was leaving tonight, so no Dragonlance. Okay, hold on. That's big news for Pixels. Hold on. Bye. Are you okay? Are you okay? Hold on, I have to be right back. Pixels is now laughing hysterically, and I am concerned. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Okay, well, I'm glad I hopped in to talk a little before leaving. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known until it was time. I know! Thank God. Thank God. I don't think any of us would have known. Until you just didn't show up. And then we would have been like, where's Rhino? And then we would have been sitting there awkwardly. Sitting there. What happened to my 4th? Where's the VOD for the 4th? Highlights? Goofball Thursday, Chiquita Banana. I didn't download this one? That's crazy. I know. Yeah, I thought you were gonna leave like tomorrow or something. This is July 4th. But, you know, here we are. We gotta spend more time together now, chat. Okay, that means I'm gonna put me on coworking for a little bit then. So that means I can do some stuff. No, the thing is tomorrow early morning, so... Oh! No, that is so valid. No, that makes total sense. My brother Brandon. Is your brother's name Brandon? That is not the name I would choose for a twin. That has your name. I'm just saying. Brother, may I have oats? Okay, well. Hi. Damn, we could have done like something today. I mean, we'll play the room games. I'm not that worried about it. Damn, when am I gonna paint my nails though? Fuck. I'm kind of sad. Because Because when I play D&D, I do like other things. I have played most of the room games and they are great. I played the first one. I really loved the first one. And then Kiwi was like, we gotta put you in one of them. And I was like, okay. Okay. So, now we're doing that. That soon. Soon. What is this? How do I close this? Close this. I don't want this. It's taking up room that I need. Okay. Add email, add from Slack. What the fuck? I don't want this here. Yeah, there we go. I did not want that there. Change cover. I hope you have a good flight though. Rhino, I hope it's a nice flight. 10 and 11. We broke up and the Tuesday. This is I grieve different. Hoping it isn't too full. What airline are you taking? I'm curious. Sunday at 2 p.m. Southwest. That's valid. Yeah, that's like a give and take. Like it could be crowded and it could not be. Just kind of depends. There you go. And your parents look 18. Save. Okay, cool. I have like 2 band-aids on my face because I fucking keep picking at my face. Oh, I just bought the bundle right now. I just bought the bundle like 2 days ago, I think. Okay, I think that's everything. I kind of want to prep videos for next week though, just so that way I can be good about it. Just when the king is watching you, such in your heart. Okay. We're gonna do Friday. Ooh, I should probably edit these together, but I'm too lazy. So they're switching to picking seats and not open seats. The plus side is you can guarantee your seat. Downside is I'm a big guy, so open seating, most people do not want to sit next to me, so I end up with an empty seat next to me. Yeah, no, that's valid. That is valid. I wish there was like options, I guess. Like you could pick one or the other. I don't know. I think there's pros and cons to having both. So it's just kind of like I wish you could kind of like pick. Can't confirm. I would not want to. That's crazy. That's so mean. That's mean. Take it back. You take that back, wacky. Mean. Who's watching you? Touching your car. Video editing. No, stop it. Stop it. Stop that right now. Move over there. Yourself. And then this guy. It's hard. No, this is fine. Public. This will go live tomorrow at 2 p.m. Nope. I wish I could just duplicate the information on a video. Mostly I don't want to sit close to people. So broad shoulders. I am in your area of the time. That's valid. Pixels. I've only flew Southwest a few times, and both times Pixels has been like, you know, puff out your chest, make it look like you're gonna take up more space. I'm like, what? Okay. C D E Publish, allow. Don't mean to go slow. Do know that I won't. VOD July 4. Part 2. I do lean a little into the middle seat as well to make it look as unappealing as possible. Just man spread. Start eating a block of brie as you sit there. I'm sure you'll get him to get spooked. Your cozy chill. Goofy comfort gaming. Meow 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 meow. But I had asked, so have a good straight. Have a good fly. Let us know if you're not too tired. Let us know if you land okay. Have a good fly. Bye, Rhino. We love you. Breathe heavy and grunt. Yeah, breathe heavy and grunt. That'd also do it. Okay, no one's got it. That one downloaded so we can actually upload today's VOD. Video editing. Nope, VODs. The third is what we want. Why are you hanging on so tight? Bloop, 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 bloop. Match the hashtag. Ooh, the link. Minecraft. Okay. I really wish I could always just copy and paste this, but I don't think I don't think with tags you can. Boop, 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 boop. Make sure, and then stream, Twitch. Back down again, so I go words and yeah, there you go. Boop, boop. With batteries in my eyes are bursting. Tags, no. English. Public. Publish. A bad thing. Oh, I have a nice cold drink I forgot about. It's that yum yum advancedgg that you too can get today for 10% off if you use my affiliate code down below. So I like did that when I was like out of breath, so that was like kind of an unappealing read. My bad. My bad. Okay, well this this changes my plan. Oh my god, really? Code? Tell me more, and then I'll look at my wife, making sure I remember things. Okay, well, I gotta change this now because this is incorrect. I should put this as Dragonlance. Well, now I'm a lot more relaxed now, to be honest, because like I have more time. I can kind of do whatever. This mistake. Where'd all the icons go? Oh no, these are content. Can do anything. This is true. Which means we'll probably do a little bit of art. Where's BLT? There you go. Probably do a little bit the stuff and things. Minecraft, probably. Some art. Done a virgin. Oh, I do want to finish painting that sky that we were doing yesterday, which is a bit more therapeutic than I'd say anything else. Baby machine. Where's the milkclub mods? Can wife sit next to BLT today? You want to sit? Do you want him to sit next to me, or do you want to sit next to him? Because I could put a PNG of you up in here. Oh, where's that? I want to sit next to him? Okay, I got you. It's the best thing. I need to make a folder for you. Hold on, let me make a... What chibi do you want? Do you want your crayon chibi? Because if you want your crayon chibi, could you send it for me? Send it to me? Or if you want your popping one, then I got it. You. I have a folder. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't already have one, to be honest. I feel like I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Save. Thank you. Oh, this is so cute. I love this little crayon. Alright, I'm gonna go to here. This one, new folder. Oh, you're so tiny. You're like a little pixie. What the fuck? Is it small? Oh. There you go. These are like the same size. Look, me. Like the way you are. That's cute. Thank you, Thank you. I like having you on my streams. Where the fuck did I put that logo? It's crazy. Do I not have it? Okay, well, butterfly. I could have sworn I had it. Hold on. Oh yeah, no, I totally have it in here. I just don't know where it is. Where did I put it? After I finish this art file, I should finish it. Yippee! I would adore that. Dude, I'm gonna be real. I think I'm gonna join art fight next year. I feel like I'm missing out. Like, I wanna just cause like I really wanna do I really wanna make like slugs for people. Oh, this is it. Oh my god, this is it. What the fuck? Where is it? Where is it? Oh. Whoa. I didn't do it last year, but I feel like my art is more advanced and I'll enjoy it now. I think making slugs. Yeah, I know. I just want to make slugs. I think it'd be fun, just like little guys. But your art is amazing, so it makes sense that you want to do that, honestly. Never see me energy. This one, yes. I mean, I'm a butterfly. You can see my energies. Okay. Okay, live now. Oh, that's not capitals. Stream before my mini-vaca. Oh, Dragonlance. Are they? Thursday. Oh wait, I forgot the link. And then I can prepare the socials post. Thursday post. But yeah, no, art fight looks so fun. I like keep getting TikToks about it, and I'm like, next year. Next year, is it like a once a year thing, or is it like it can happen multiple times in the year? Okay. Yeah, yearly. Cool. And it happens around summer. Awesome. Yeah. Okay, I'll definitely do it next year then. Cause like I keep seeing stuff about it and it just looks kind of fun. Nope, wrong one. This is the wrong. I should be doing this on Twitter. Just that way I can copy correctly. I think I would be over 13 to join, so they most likely wait for summer people to be out of school. That makes sense. I just think it'd be fun because I've seen a lot of cool designs and stuff, and so I was like, damn, want to make And it might make me more creative because I am designing more stuff for people. Specifically, probably slugs or some other small guy. But, you know. My alien girl Emmy got 3 attacks already. It's so cute. I saw the TikTok that you reposted about it. There was a TikTok that you reposted about it where they're kind of on like the spacey like waterfall. It was really cute. Yeah. I just think it'd be fun. And it's like, it's another reason to give like other people art, which I think is cool. A person I was trying, they did yeah, I love it. It was very nice. I liked it a lot. Is my phone background now? Cute! Yeah, I'll definitely join it next year. Also, this is like spelt wrong. Oop. There you go. Okay. The antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Entrance. Okay. Did I not download Tuesday's VOD? Oh, no, I might not have. No, that makes sense, actually. Download. Make this bigger. Stream. Ghost, I was alone. Ha. Ha. I didn't know. I was the queen I was meant to be. What's in the box? Plum chime, gonna got to wow. Does this do okay? Did I have any comments on this one yesterday? I did. What? Cube. This square cube law, a bitch in the animal world. Excuse me? Are we talking about capybara poop? Seeing Vex's icon is so crazy. Voices. Be golden. I'm shy. I'm going to schedule the one for tomorrow as well on TikTok. Even though I kind of don't want to, because it not super proven, but there has been some people saying that if you schedule TikToks ahead of time, the algorithm kind of hates it. But I'd rather post on time than post late, I guess. Post on time and be consistent than late and missing the peak of the day, even if the algo doesn't like pre-scheduled videos. Which, in my opinion, I think it should like it. I think if you pre-schedule a video, it shouldn't matter. Or, if anything, if it has to have a choice, honestly, it should like it more. Because that means you're being, like, proactive. 12, 1, 2, 3, 2. Schedule. It, like, means you're being proactive and you're trying to, like, post more on their site. So I feel like they should be like, ooh, that's good. And, like, help promote it. But they don't. Whatever. Thursday. Time fears no wiser who are born to be. Okay. I think that's everything. We prepped the VODs. I just can't do the Thursday one for the other account because these still need to upload. Okay. I think we can play the room now. I think we're good now. I think it's room time. Library. The room 2. Okay. The room. Room 2. Oh my god. Oh my god, it opened on the wrong monitor. Elaine. It's on my left monitor. Why are you on the wrong monitor? Why are you so loud? Graphic settings. Okay. Now look on the right monitor. Oh, was 1920 the highest it can go? Oh, preset? Amazing. Keep. Amazing. Okay. Okay. Wait, oh, my thing didn't change. Room 2 done. This. Open volume mixer. Really would appreciate if the thing came out to where I can just click it, my Elgato Stream Deck, and it changes the output. That would be hogging, but that's okay. Okay, now I turn this up. I have to restart the game. I'm gonna restart the game really quick. Just to see if it does the thing that I want it to do. Idiot. Oh, I tilted my face tracking just a little bit and it fell over. And now the thing's loud in my ear again. Okay. Excuse me, sorry. Didn't mean to burp in everybody's faces. Oh. Why are you being silly? -30. And then this way, yeah, that's fine. Oh, my head itches. Ah! Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna turn this down a little bit. I feel like that didn't really get turned down, but that's okay. Okay. I'm excited! I want to be bigger on the screen. There we go. Click to begin. Yes, I know. I don't need the tutorial. I know how to play this game. Click and drag the mouse. Double click on the note to focus. Click and drag to open the note. My calculations are correct. Then this is where you will emerge. Welcome, friend. We have much to share. Now you are blind, but I have left you provision to see that your passage might be shorter than mine. I am forced to conceal it somewhere in this room and trust in your wits to uncover it. I am not the only ghost in this place. Check the eyepiece. The lens is broken. Okay. Double click the other table. Double click the round box. Oh, push the button. I pushed the button. Holy shit, I'm cracked as hell at this job. Yeah, fucking sure you would be. Fuck yeah. You having a good time? You having a good day? Why can't it? Why won't it? Oh, is it because it's... Oh, yeah, no, it's because it's this one. Let's go. Beep. Slide to open the door. Click to pick up the lens. And then... Could I... Yeah. Click to wear the eyepiece. There's a finger point. Click on the finger point. A small piece. Explore the room. Can I look at this box? Does this have anything on? I don't think so. I think this guy has to go over here. Oh, oops. Yeah, and then small piece shaped metal. Can I like... Yeah. Looks like I need more of them though. So far, yes, hasn't gotten busy. Knock on wood. There you go. I don't know if you heard that, but I knocked on wood for you. Though I'm pretty sure it's a faux wood desk though, so like, you know, maybe have someone else knock on also wood, just in case. Only enormous value, great power. Cool. Okay, well. Oh wait, there's one right here. No, go back. Knock, knock, knock. There's one right here. I found another one. Don't worry, I knocked on the pizza paddle pog. Good job. Does this move? These move? Okay, well, I found another one. I think actually this only needs 2 of them. So this can go here. And then... oh, and then we gotta make it a big hole. Big hole. A strange brass sphere. This looks like it belongs somewhere. Looks like it belongs in here. Oh, whoa, it's like a ceramic eyeball. Oh, whoa. Perhaps the code is hidden somewhere in the room. Do these buttons do anything? Is there something over here? I will search. Honestly, I thought this would have more music in the background, but it's kind of like quiet, so I think I'm just gonna play our own music. Okay. No, get me back in there. Wait. I feel like I have to turn this box. Nope, come back, come back. Click, click. It looks like something should fit in here. Yeah, whoa. There's something on the sides? I don't see it. Question mark button will glow when a hint is available. No! I got this. I know I have hints on for a reason, but like, I know I kept them on, but like, I don't want them right now. I feel like I have to open this box somehow. Is this not... okay, maybe I gotta read the letter again. Actually read the letter this time, actually. Suffice to say, that I do not share my colleague's faith in your character. Were it up to me, I should not engage a man of such low breeding and even lower station as yourself. The very thought of taking a grave robber into our service chills my stomach, but as Mr. de Montfaucon is fond of saying, needs must as the devil drives. It falls to me, then, to brief. Oh! You got it, J. Crispy. No problem. Hold on. What? Oh, I'm big. I'm big. I won't be that big. You do? Yay! I like this song a lot, actually. Alright. It falls to me, then, to brief you in an ungodly task. As you should be well aware, you shall only be paid upon your successful return with the artifact. Should you find yourself having any idea otherwise, I must stress to you that while the artifact is of enormous value, what a talented creature. Thank you. Thank you. How you doing today, Jay Crispy? Oh, where'd my game go? Where'd my game go? Oh, there it is. Okay. It is only a value within a certain small community of researchers. It is not for the eyes or hands of an uneducated man, such as yourself. I unconditionally demand that you do not interact with the object in any way. It might prove incredibly dangerous for you to do so. It is an instrument of great power and should not be interfered with by inferior minds. Wait, what's this do? Oh, this didn't do anything. Oh, okay. Squishy wife, I am squishy. Anything on here? Hi, Rainer! Oh, come on in. Let's see. I'm not seeing... what am I supposed to find? Why would I have to walk around with fake IDs? Okay, maybe I do need to use it. What about this letter? Can I use the... oh! SESWN. Okay. So, it's S, E, S, oh, I fucked it up. S, E, S, W, N. Seswin. Seswin. Ooh, we got a medallion. Oh, we can open the medallion. Whoa! Now it's a square. And now I think this square can go in the box. Oops. And now it'll give us a projector. What you doing there, bud? Oh. Z. Oh. There's a hole. Do I have to find the Y now? Oh, there's something up there. There. Hourglass. Z. Hourglass. I forgot what the last one is, but we'll find it. Little man with no head. Yes. This all makes sense. Z. Hourglass. Little man with no head. An angel with an artifact. There you go. It's a crystal. Oh. Whoa. What's this? Oh. Whoa. There's one of those thingies. Oh. Ooh. Oh my god, this is spooky. I didn't know this was spooky. Why is it spooky? It's a door. And I will go into the door. Well done. You emerge from the crypt sound of both mind and spirit, though I fear this is only the beginning of your trials. Oh, so I was the lower breed. I was the guy that the guy was talking about. I'll only get paid if I bring this artifact back. Okay. I need a blanket. I'm a little chilly. Alright. Okay. It's awfully dark in here. Alright, we can't like move. Ship. What is this note? This is, there is still no sign, and my patient within. In my frustration, I have sealed the full mast myself. A fool's errand. The fog is so dense I can barely see my own deck from the crown's nest, let alone the Helena. Regardless, I have the gun deck run out of cannons. In readiness, it is good to keep the men sharp. What? Cannons? Did your ship have something to do with your cannons? About... Oh, it doesn't have a wheel. Cannons! A keyhole. Okay, well, I don't have a key for this yet. Oh, it looks like something goes there. Okay, I think those are the main things we can click on. Oh, there's something. Oh. Oh, whoa. There we go. A key! A key! Who knew? Not me. I know now. Oh, what's this? There's more things I can click on than I thought. Whoa! Oh, this is cool. Whoa! It like opens. Whoa! Another key! Oh, we don't have the other half though. Did I do something wrong? Come on. The key. The keyhole shape does... The key doesn't fit in the keyhole. What do you mean? Okay. Wait, no, I see. Everything that's lit by light is like something that like we can look at. So I think the only two places we can look are this, or the ship, and the chest. So we're not done over here. What is this letter? A mountain, a moor, a palace, a slum. Why not the quarters of a gallon in full sail? With each dizzying step, I'm whisked around the globe as simply as turning a corner. Will you be following my path or forging a new one? Oh, this is the guy. I wanted to read him like, okay. I wanted to read him like a fancy guy. What a sight you might have witnessed if my own experience is any guide. I'll keep leaving notes, and I urge you to do the same, that we might know if our paths have crossed. Thrilling as this is, there is something not quite right about this place, though I struggle to define what. Some early tang of reality that is quite missing. I sometimes fancy I can smell the lime and grease paint. What? Lime and grease paint? Wish I could keep these notes, but I guess I know why we don't take them. Oh, this is where we are. This is like us. This is our room. Is there anything else in here? Was there something up here? I think maybe the next thing we have to do is like this thing? Or is there anything else we can click on here? Oh wait, what if the key goes here? No. What about I rotate like that guy? No. What about this? It doesn't have a steering wheel though. Interesting. Maybe there's some puzzles I can solve on the chest. Like you. What is you? Oh, you're a thing. A strange cylinder. Strange shaped key. Oh. Have anything in here? Oh, it opened. Now it's a stranger cylinder. Nice. Wait, this is something. Key? Okay. Oh! Wait. What's the shape of this? It's like a square and then two triangles on the side. Oh, this is square. And then two triangles on the side. I think it'll fit now. Yes! Oh, shit. Whoa! How did pirates get RGB color panels? Whoa. You do. Oh. I have to post the thing on the socials. Oh! Okay, hold on. Apologies, 1 second. This is the 8th. Okay. Ooh. Oh, and then I have to do it here. Oh, this is different. Not really, actually. That was not that bad. Are you a thing? It looks like it can be moved. Is there a switch? Yes. Oh, and then another one. Hog? And then this is a switch. For this one. And then... Yo! Oh, and then the stranger cylinder. Haha. Oh, damn it. It didn't wait for long. It didn't take long for us to track her down. We raced north for 2 miles on the deep sea currents to overhaul her head start. Approaching the mainland, we turned west for 2 miles to cut her off at the coast. With no sign, we headed 3 miles back south to meet her. We sighted her, sure enough, but she cut through the cape before we could intercept. Now we must wait for the tide. North. Okay, I have to write this down. I have to write this down. Oh, I like writing things down in puzzle games because it's fun. Okay. I need a pencil, chat. Chat, can I borrow a pencil? Okay, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so north to west to, then we headed 3 miles south. Thank you, Mew. I imagine, Mew, if you were to give me a pen, you'd give me, like, the cutest pen. Okay, so north to, west to, and then south 3. Yes! Oh, wait, what the fuck? Another one? Even the elements turn against us. Passage through the cape took us 4 miles west. And we soon sighted her mast 4 miles north of us. I feel like the Da Vinci Code. I feel like Nick Cage. We should get a plush of Nick Cage. Hold on, wait. Nick Cage plush. Wow, these are very scary. Look, there's like a pillow pet of Nick Cage. This is all like, I'll take this. I'll take weird Furby. Nick, ew. That's so weird. All of this is weird. People are weird. Okay, I just want to crop it so that way I can have like a PNG. Make sure even the edges are all good. Selection only. Nick Furby. How you like you want? Oh, he's so tiny. Wait, I want to be like Nick Cage Simulator. Because that's what I feel like right now. Okay, anyway. Alright, did I read that all? Sorry, I got distracted. Wait, so 4 west, 4 north, 2 west. Seeing us pursuit, she cut west 2 miles into a fog bank. With her heavy ballast, we would easily overhaul her if only the accursed fog would lift. Okay. What do I do now? Did on before? Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Oh. 10. She dances on my tongue. Pog keyhole. I don't have a key though. I don't have a key though for this. Did you give me a key? Am I supposed to move you forward or something? I click this guy? Click, click. Nope. Okay. Does it have to do something with like this side over here? Okay, that's something. Chest got nothing else weird on it. What about the ship? Is there anything weird over here? here? Or what about on like the small dial in the corner? I wonder why we can see that one. I'm not seeing anything. What am I missing? Do I need to drop the mast? It feels like I need to drop the sail. How would one go about to do this? Seems like there's something over here for it. Wait, what? Oh, the ship's wheel is missing, yes. I do know this. Wait, no. I wasn't done. No, come back. There's no, like, rotating thing. But let's just zoom into this for some reason. Because the wheel would turn it. Found the note which opened the chest. Click on the cannon. No, okay. So what did I miss? I did this guy. That's how we opened it. This guy, I think we need something for him. I think. Cannons? Okay. Am I missing something? Maybe balance with... Click, click. Click, click. Oh, there's a journal here. It's been 30 weeks at sea, and the crew grows restless at our lack of plunder. Though I would not betray it, I share those concerns. A privateer's license is no small investment, and my investors will not be happy without a return. Okay, interesting, Vex. According to the prisoners we took off the San Epispito, we should find the Santa Helen in the waters, fresh out of the New Granda. They were simple swabs, ignorant of all save of the workings of the decks, but they spoke of some artifact of great value aboard. I gave them a place among my crew. Oh, so me. They gave me because I told them about the thing. And so I'm helping them try to get the treasure. And this should hold the artifact. I like his guitar usage. I think I might need a hint because I'm a little lost. Chat, am I allowed to use a hint? Am I allowed to use? I wish Kiwi was kind of the one that wanted to watch me play this, so I kind of feel bad that they're not there. But so that'd be something that I'm missing. What am I missing? What am I missing? Use hint, do it. Okay. That pillar behind the chest, there's something odd about it. Oh, okay. Is it? It's this thing, isn't it? Do you hold a key? You do hold a key. And another one? Another one. You don't glow, though. Key. You have a key. For you. Oh, okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 north, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Bloop. Oh boy. We have her now. The fog lifted shortly before noon, and there was 6 miles to the south. Rapidly we closed her down, and she fled east 2 miles. 2 miles east. Towards the Cape. Now she lies north of us just by 1 mile. 1 north. She won't reach the Cape again. Oh. not going? What is happening? Whee. Am I supposed to like steer the boat in a certain direction? I feel like I'm not supposed to run into this. Fun fact, the phrase "the machine kills fascists" come from Woody Gunther. He painted it on his... Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That's good. That's interesting to know. I guess we're just gonna turn the boat... Oh. Oh. I see. And then look at that. It'll slowly slide into place. As it should. Just a little bit more this way. There we go. Ah! Flashbang. Jesus Christ. Okay. 6 south, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 east. And then 1 north. Kerplink? Whoa, what's this? 1, 2, 3. It's a doll? A painted figurehead. Oh. Oh, Jesus. That could have cut my head off. Sheesh. Painted figurehead goes in the front. Here you go. What do you do? Oh, Pog. Steering wheel. Pog. Bloop. Ooh. Yay. Hi, Kiwi. We've been waiting for you. Oh. SLRL. POV, life-size Elaine. Yup. Yup. Slur. Rose. Oh. Oh, no, this wasn't the... Okay, hold on. R. Rose. Yippee! Oh, this is for the other crystal. Fog. I did it. I did it. Oh shit, there's another thing here now. Oh my god. I hate that, but that's what I think it happened. Okay. You did, but I did do it. Okay. This looks like a piece of paper. The St. Helena came apart on the rocks in 1800 hours. She heaved as if the bottom had been torn from her and began taking on water at a terrible rate. Only there was no rocks. We approached as close as we dared to try and take on survivors, but only one swam clear of the wreckage. He is some sort of scholar. A well-dyed wreck of a man in tattered, blood-stained rags, clutched in his white-knuckled fist, was some sort of sculpture that he had dabbled, was of unimaginable power and worth. It seems our prize may not have gone with the Helena. Hog, did you beat the room 1? I've already played the room 1. I've already played that one, so I thought I'd start with one that I haven't played yet, if that's okay. It is the natural tendency of this world to twist itself into ever more elaborate arrangements. Like the spirals of vortex at once both the pattern and the system. It seems as though each room is itself a part of a wider apparatus. You must tune the room to find the glyph, and tune the glyph to find the door, and all must be aligned, but to what purpose? Am I the explorer? Am I the prisoner? I'm Nick Cage. Oops. I'm Nick Cage. Okie dokie. Doesn't seem like there's anything on the sides. And this looks like a switch, so I'm gonna start with this. Never mind. What about this guy? Secrets, no secrets, okay. Oh wait, the ink thing? Oh wait. Does the weight need to go on here? It looks like it could fit, oh, right here? Here? Okay. Oh. Oh, wait, no. I want to go back in, go back in. What? What? Holy pop. Oh, wait. No. Are you suspicious? Let's see. Oh, I didn't think any of these are different. Freaky. What do you do? Oh, a small disc. Oh, I think you go in here. Bloop. Okay, a little over exaggerated, but that's alright. Ooh, another weight. This one's like a square weight though, so I think that one goes on this one. Okay. And now we need like a different thing. This guy. Yeah. Okay, and then this goes in here. Yeah. Ooh, this is like a tall one. I think this one goes here. Does it not? Wait. I think it does. Wait, what? Whoa! It became the triangle one. Bloop. I didn't know the weights could be weightier. Oh, wait, no. This one should have something in it now. I'm presuming they're all supposed to face inwards. Boop. Outwards? Yep. No. Maybe they're supposed to face each other? Hi, Quetza! Landed, you watched, I did. K-pop Demon Hunters is poggin'. I have. Okay. Have you seen it, Quetza? Do you enjoy it? No, this definitely has something to do with this, but what? Maybe they're all just supposed to face downwards? Okay, what about upwards? I'm missing something? Let's walk away. I don't. Let's see, like this. I don't know what orientation I'm supposed to put that into. I need a hint. There's a drawer on the edge. Oh, what? What? A There's a drawer at the edge of the box. Oh! Oh, it's this thing. Oh! I got it. 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 Give me. Yes. Yes. I'm a cage. Boop. It's this one, this one, this one, then go back, top, go down. Woohoo! Alright, you another one of those tricky weights? You are. Ooh. Oh, keep clicking that button, thinking it's the back button. It's not. There you go! Your idol. Got it. Nice. Vtuber. Okay, for your soul, I'm the only who loves your scent. The voice gets underneath. Wait. The corner. There was a little higher. There we go. I don't know what I just did, but I did it. Yes. The final weight. Which I think you are also weird. What the fuck? You look like you'll work though. Oh no, you won't. Wait, no, come back. Yeah, there we go. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, idol. Oh, viral. Now they're even. Is there something in this box? No. Attention. Oh! With your sense, the voice gets underneath your skin. I got a little anchor. Little anchor. Gimme anchor. And this thing. A metal clock spring. I am presuming that will be relevant here. Maybe? I don't really have the thing for this. There's a little thing right here. What is this? Oh. Interesting. Mine now. To your mind now. Okay, let's go back to the ship first. Because somewhere on here we need an anchor. I forgot. Oh, it's here. Ran out of drink flavoring blood. No, I'm sorry. Well, be sure to stay hydrated though, Tay. Good for you to stay hydrated throughout the day. Even I'm staying hydrated. I just drank some water. Hydration advantage. Oh no, I'm having focus. I'm having focus hydration today. Go in there. Yeah. Oh, god damn it. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. You tap water here is the tap water here isn't Detroit water, so it tastes like shit, but I'm still oh, I'm sorry. This cock spring goes somewhere. Is this where the clock spring goes? Kiss her, kiss her, love her. That girl was poison. How am I supposed to move those? Definitely not sourced from the Great Lakes. I'm sorry. I actually can't taste the difference between water a lot of the time, to be honest. So I think it's cool that you can. Oh, wait. Wait, so there was a time. 1800? Right? 1800? Yeah, 1800 hours, which is 5 o'clock? I think? No, 6 o'clock? Back to work I go. Have a good time at work. We love you, Quetzal. We will be here. We love you. 1800? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, it's 1800. Is it wrong? Do I... No, yeah, this is the hour hand. Want to get back to Minecraft if it's still up. It is. We did start a new world though, so we have like lots of new stuff. But no, it's great. I turned off the mutant creepers and stuff. Now I can't because I grew up on some of the best water in the nation. It's not a good thing the best water doesn't taste near as good as the worst water does. I mean that's valid. Medium. All right. I need a hint. What's happening? There's a ship chronometer inside the box, but that doesn't seem operational. Well, yeah. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh! Okay, I just need the deets. Set them over when you can. It's the same stuff. It's the same... Hold on, I can't. Hold on. Minecraft. It's the same. It's the same as before. It's hard for me to find. I get it. Version number, I mean the latest one. Oops, wrong person. Let's see, files. Version 2.04. And then yeah. Quetz was already in it. Hold on, I can make sure. Players. Whitelisted. Yep, Quetz is right here. Cool. Okay. I got the thingy now. Do you go in here? Do you go over here? Or do you go over here? Oh, you mind if I get origin orbs? I picked a shit one? Yeah, no, that's fine. Hold on, let me... We also now have a crafting recipe for them, by the way, Bex. But yeah, I can give you a bunch. I don't care. I literally don't care. I will have a chest in the spawn of just stacks of them. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I mean, like, I honestly don't care if people just, like... Because, like, I don't think it's fair to be like, oh, you can't change because you picked a class you didn't like. It's like, no. That's silly. Okay, where's the thingy? Do I gotta use... I am lost. Do you have something to do with it? Love you all. Take care. Everyone unshrimp it. Drink your agua. Aye, Captain. Thank you for the one last check. I'm lost. Can I have another hint? Wait, the ship's chronometer. What? What was the hint? There's a ship's chronometer inside the box. Oh wait, no, I'm right. I just need one. I'm gonna switch back to a shulker. I wanted to try a lizard, but climbing is super slow. No, it's valid. That's completely valid. Okay. So there's something about this that's wrong. Does this not go here? I feel like it will go there. Okay, that we got that. Is this supposed to go here? Shocker brothers! And I mean that gender neutrally. Oh, wait. Honk, honk. There must be something on the box that lets me get to the back of the chronometer. Oh. Okay. There we go. I got it. Okay. And then we flip it up. And then this is where the windy spring goes. Windy guy. Won't wind up. Yeah, I know it won't wind up because we need the... You put the spring in it. We need the spring in it. Where do we put the spring? Spring? Can I take it back? Or is it like yours now? Can I put the spring somewhere? Or maybe, did this do anything over here? No. Okay. Can I close it now? No. Yeah, I know something's missing from it. I just don't know how to get the thing that's missing from it in it. Can I, like, unscrew it? Does the big part have a button? A button? It had this thing. But yeah, we can't interact with that one anymore. Are you a button? Can I turn you? What do you do? Where do I put the spring? Spring? Does anybody want a spring? Spring for sale. Spring for sale. No? Okay. Oh. Oh, the compartment inside the chronometer. I should look around the box or something to open it. It's this guy now, right? Let's see. Kind of getting all the same angles, really. Damn, working boring as hell. Where is the Subway Surfers? Do you want a STEM video? Are you asking for a STEM video right now? Want a STEM video, Vexed? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, I'm confused again. What's happening? The two of the boxes bracelets look different from the other. I should check this out. What? 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 What did that say? Two of the boxes. Oh. You know what I'm saying? I won't say no. Look like, yeah. This guy? Yeah, this guy has a keyhole. Guy has a keyhole. How do I open the keyhole? The corners. The oh. Okay. Wait. Okay. Wait, what did that do? That... I feel like I gotta move this whole thing, though. Yeah, and then this guy. And these guys. Whoa! Oh, we got a mini screwdriver! We got a mini screwdriver. Can I keep the screwdriver, please? Please? It's so tiny and cute. Give me. Let me keep it. No, I think it took it from me. Okay, spring. Close it. Yeah, he's good now. Yeah. I need to close that. Oh, okay, it's closing by itself. Okay, cool. Pink. Do I need to turn something? Give it. Give it. Oh, is there something down here? When do I gotta solve this one? 250. 250. It's 250, chat. 250. How do I make the time do the timey-wimey thingy? How do I make you do the timey-wimey thingy? Oh, there we go. 250. There you go. Nope. Nope. 250. Is it not? Oh. There you go. I can't tell time. Boop. What? What? Oh. Wait, what? I have to get it like... Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I thought I had to get them rotating at the same time so I could pull the key out. Oh, I made that a lot harder than it had to be. Oops. Alright, turn this bitch. Oh, a portal! He's stuck. Oh shit. Oh, it's a ship. Who would have thought? Ah! Stop flashbanging me! It's a rock! It's a metal. Can I keep it? Can I keep it? Goodbye, box. Thank you. Oh no, I don't get to keep it. Damn it. What's this thing again? The weird dark voodoo stuff. Ooh, and then I get to make the symbol again. Dun 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 dun. Ding! I did it. Eldritch door! Eldritch door! Eldritch door! That's the thing, they have scrappy powers. That's the thing that gave scrappy powers? You have successfully navigated the secrets of the ship, yet the grim ordeal will become increasingly challenging. Oh, goodness. Well, good thing we turned hints on. Okay. Oh, God. Am I in a hole? Am I in a hole? Hello? Any secrets? Nope. Okay. Something up there. Oh, it's like the door hinge or something. Can I walk up to the hole? Oh shit, Jesus Christ. Baha, a metal bar. Now can I push the wall over? Oh, it's just gonna fall over. Okay, cool. I found a metal bar. What do I do with it? Wait, we have this thing? We have this thing. I'm presuming something over here, and then these things. Was that a crossbow? Can I have this? A small wooden hand. Can I have this? There's a gap where the trigger would be. Metal bar. Oh shit! Okay, so I have to build the crossbow. Okay. There's something here too. There's so much stuff here. Do you want to be twisted? Yes. Yes. Yes, rope? Ooh, okay, thank you. Something will happen here. I feel like it has to do with fire. And there's something, I'm presuming, here too? Pierce the eye. Okay, alright. Pierce the eye of, I'm presuming. Oh, pierce that eye, I'm guessing. Interesting. Okay, time for the main box. Main box have any secrets on it? It does, but there's also letters that we should read first. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. The fancy man. Another room, another door, another room. Either you're as lost as I, or more likely you have forsaken me. Another room, another door. Yet never a pang of hunger, nor the welcome respite of sleep. Another door, another room. I keep a tally in my ledger, but I can no longer count the marks. I count the pages. The writing keeps me sane. I tell myself so. I did not deserve this hell. I mean, this is kind of fun, to be honest. Why are you different? A gold tower. I feel like that's gonna be like the arrowhead or something. Why does this side only have the thingies? What are you? A small token. Cute. Okay, what about this side? Okay. This can be... Wait, this can be split up and down, right? So it's like... Oh, I think I need... Wait, no, this goes in here. Yeah, and then... Let's put this... And then this one can go here, this one can go here. Wait, no, I need to move this bottom one. So you go here. And then... This one. This one. I think I did this wrong. There we go. Boop, boop. Ooh, a trigger mechanism. Cool. The side doesn't do anything. These have like little gold things on it, which make me very interested. I wonder what I'm supposed to do with this. I don't think I'm supposed to do that right now, though. Okay, so let's go back to Hugh. You now have your trigger mechanism. Rope. Want your rope yet? Oh? Oh, what the fuck? A crossbow bolt? Let's go. Crossbow bolt. And then pull it back. I think I have to rotate it. Did you need this? It smells like burnt. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. It smells burnt. Yeah, okay. Do you want this? Do you want this? Okay, no. Misery, misery. Do you want this? And then starting by the mouth. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Okay. Is there something? Okay, no, there's nothing on like the pedestal. What about this box? Is there anything else with you? Do you want this guy or this guy? Maybe, wait, let me inspect this guy. Gold tower, huh? Do you have anything in ya? Pull anything off? Doesn't look like it. What else looks out of place? That's where I came from. This place looks... Oh, wait, this is the thing that's, like, pierced the eye, right? Yeah. And then... I feel like there should be something happening over here, but I don't think we can see it until we get... Maybe I gotta shoot this thing? Oh! I shot the eye! Now what? Ooh, more stuff. Pog? A broken mirror, a scroll? I see a once mighty people brought low by these heathen invaders and their plagues. They look to their priestess for the will of the gods, but the jaguar and the feathered serpent speak to me no more. Hey, look, it's our symbol. This one. Oh, it's just while this dreams come true. Okay. What's this? What's this? Fit on the end of this. Interesting. Okay. Okay, what about you, though? Because you're gold like the thing that we have. You guys do anything? This was something. I can't flip it up. Okay, let's try this one then. Oh. I think... There's a piece missing. Is it you? Oh. I win. I have cheated death. I looked in its face and I said, fuck off. Alright. Why the fuck am I even here right now? It's been an hour since I had an order. What if you get hungry? Maybe that's why. What if you get hungry? And you want something to eat? Open. What's this? A large stone block. Okay. Wait, there's a strange metal socket inside of this chest. There's two of them. Yeah, man. I can eat at home, though. I'm just trying to give you excuses. I'm beyond. I'm just trying to give you excuses. Well, this is supposed to go here. And then... Oh. I think we're missing something. Oh. Do it again. Break it again. Do it again. Break it again. It's not breaking anymore. Yay! Glass shard! Yippee! Boop. Wait, what? Is there something up here with this? Oh, am I supposed to make the... that one. No. What the fuck? Did I do it? What the fuck? I didn't mean to, but I'll take... Whoa, it changed! It changed. Oh, it's this one. This... That one, this one, and this one? Oh, okay. Is this a new note? No, it's not. Okay. Oh, wait. You. Bloop. A sword! I got a dagger. What do I get to stab? What am I stabbing? The wall's not telling me to stab anything. That's so cool. Now the thing in the mirror is the box that we had originally. That's cool. Okay. What's up with you? Oh. Oh, I have to be able to spin you, but you need a thing. Who am I stabbing? Do you need a move? Yippee! La da da. Oh. Bloop. Oh. Oh. I have to make the next archway. I think it's this one. Aha! My master Nick Cage skills have led me to Squid Games. Okay. I think that's the symbol we put here, isn't it? X. Oh, it's switching them. It switches them back and forth. Ah, poo. I forgot what the code was. Okay, so it's okay. Wait. Let me write this down. It's an X and then an X and then an X and then okay, cool. I got this. Oh, do you need the dagger? Yes. Oh, that's unfortunate. I got the jam. And now we gotta change it back, right? Somehow that I don't remember how I did it. I think it was like this one. I think it was like this one. I did it by accident. I did it by accident. Now I don't know how I did it. Okay, wait. Straw. This could slot. It seems like something could slot on here. Okay. It seems like it need to be. I forgot what the secret was. The thing to change it back. So I have the gem now. Was it that symbol on that? I could have sworn it was that. There's a puzzle in here I think that I'm missing. So that does that, that does that. Maybe not. The Z shape was on the right, I think? Okay. Let's go over here. The Z shape. Oh! I did it! I calculated. Okay. Okay. Oh, no, not you. You. Another scroll. I see. Past lives. Future lives. A piece of flint. Ooh! We gotta set it on fire now. Time for fire. There you go. Oh! Oh? What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? A mouth? What's this about? There's some kind of mechanism behind the bars, but I can't reach it. What's up with this guy? Did that give me anything? Mechanism. Yeah, okay. Oh. Shut up. There's a symbol right here. Am I supposed to... Oh, am I supposed to shoot it? Wait. Crossbow bolt. Whoop. To this guy. There we go. Woo! Woo! I'm so fucking smart. This is what happens when I get to watch like fucking National Treasure. I'm blind as my reflection. Our gods do not live here. This way brings no salvation. The path is not for my people. Well, what's this thing? This thing belongs in the chest. There we go. Oh. A shard with metal ridges and a hole in the center. This goes on this guy, I think. Yay! Oh goodness. Huh? Oh. Yeah, and then like this. Oh God, Jesus Christ. Pog. Are you for this? Oh. Oh. Why'd you do that? Do you want the skull? Do you want the skull before I do that? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can see the seam. Bonk. Ooh, Jesus. It was in the skull. Lovecraftian door, Lovecraftian door, Lovecraftian door. Gimme, 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 gimme. I want the Lovecraftian door. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Lovecraftian door, here I come. Oh. Oh. What the fuck? 17 Franklin Street? Okay. You handle yourself well in the temple. May your good fortune be a light as you navigate even ever darker chambers. Cool. Oh, yes. Yes, I like this era. The very nice era. I like this era. Where's the note? Is this a note? Is this a note for me? I have that. A viewfinder. Miss Margaret Cox, I am writing to you for the final time before I begin the proceedings I have brought to your attention. Since my brother's a distant business, you have attached yourself to my mother like a leech. For her sake, I would prefer this to be quiet, but you are a charlatan and a fraud, and I will expose you as such if I must. Leave her be, or else the paper has offered me a full page. Robert Bailey. In the 1800s, cool. Or 1900s, I don't. I want the other letter. What are you? For Simon Grayson and the Great Khan, what has become of you? You know, I can't tell when you're lying. I was the only one you could never fool. I know you have it. Have you started playing without me? It sounds magnificent. The pressman isn't going to leave me alone, and you owe me, you sow. Since when can you resist putting on a performance? We'll be pioneers. I'll be at the Lions at 9 o'clock. You'll be there. I know you will, Mags. Ooh, wait, what's up with you? 4? 5? Is that a 5? That's a 5. Okay. Need no weed. I don't need no code. I guess we'll start here. Beep. The button is missing something. Oh. Oh. Time, temple, knowledge. Okay, I don't have all the cards. What's in here? I don't think I have a viewfinder. I don't think. Oh, the viewfinder goes on the camera, doesn't it? Viewfinder. Oh, what's this? Do you want the viewfinder? Need no coffee. I don't need no heroin. Viewfinder. There we go. Need to turn that dial. I know I need to turn that dial. Tile looks terrible. Small metal handle. Oh, you go here. Boop. Hog. What will you reveal to me? Shaking. Oh my goodness! Whatever the fuck this thing is! Beep 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 beep. A part missing. Oh, it's a typewriter? Whoa, infinity 2. Found a number 2. What is this? Buttons? Oh, okay. 4. Looks like this one's missing one. Ooh, paper. A note. If you are here, then my travails have not been in vain. If nothing else, my promise to you gave me purpose. If I was damned for trapping you here, then now I offer you my redemption. Finally, I hold the key. The secret is the word of the worlds. Is the world of worlds. This place of endless places. With it, you may lift the veil, peek behind the curtain. We do not have to take the path it has offered. Okay, well, if I want to take the path it's offered. What if I like the path that's been offered, you know? You ever thought about that one? Wait, what? The drawers are locked. Interesting. It's a keyhole. Oh, what's this? It's another keyhole. God damn it. Fucking knew I get others when I went to the bathroom. That do be how it be. Why'd you go to the bathroom, silly goober? Yeah, of course you go bathroom. You're gonna get orders. You're gonna get orders when you go to the bathroom. Can I go to the fireplace? Okay, wait. There's more secrets here. Can't open that. Okay, I gotta open it. I have to doo-doo! You're gonna have to hold it. You're gonna have to hold it. I have to hold it. I believe in you. You can hold it. Wait, this side is different. Wait. This side is different than this side. Why? Okay. Oh, I forgot to look around the room with the Okay. 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 Is there something else secret with this? Did that. You? No, you don't. I don't think that does anything. Hello. I want to take a picture. You want me like you want it. We have found a 2 of 5 and something else. July. Company. Oh wait. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, cool. I thought you could look at letters with that, but you can't. Okay. I have a torn photograph. Glass. Does it feel so mystical, magical? What about the chairs? No, I don't think the chairs have anything. I do think there's something here that I'm missing. Alright, hint time. I should take a closer look at the lamp on the top of the desk. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Just a little bit of something. Key. 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 Let's go, my core made wrong pizza. Woo! Now you can eat it. Which one's this? Oh, it's, what is it? It's long. It's like this. No, it is this way, this way. Nope. Ooh. Reusable key. Let's go. I love reusable keys. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. Oh, I think I have to, like... this goes here. I played plenty of these block puzzle games. This goes on the desk. This goes on the desk right here. A long metal lever. Oh, that's for this. And the word's infinity, I think? Oh, it's this one. This is cool. This type of typewriter is cool. Okay. Oh shit. We began at home, staring at the stars. So much to discover. So little time. Does that mean something to me? Okay. I have another key. Key is... Okay, so long is down. This is this way. Oh! It's a Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube. Why can't I have the Rubik's... Oh, wait. Why can't I have the Rubik's Cube? Okay. Is this another one of those? Oh, yeah, it is. Cool. Okay. It's 2... Shit. There was 5, 2... Oh, and then 4? So 2, 4, 5? 2, 4, 5. Yes! I am Nick Cage! I'm so fucking smart. A light bulb. Oh, is the light bulb for this thing? Because it's got a broken light bulb. Oh shit, there's a ball! I can have the Rubik's Cube now. What? What? Yeah. What? Hold on, go back. Oh. Okay, yeah, go just go back. Okay. I think that's correct. But then this one isn't. Maybe it's going the wrong way. No. I see. I think I needed to go up here. And then over... Oh, not yet. Let's go back. Oh. Then here. And then... here? And then... yeah, and then... wait. Oh, shit. Oh, and then here? Oh, shit, that big one doesn't connect? Oh, and then here? And then... yeah, I did it. The Cosmos! We got the Stars Tarot card. Okay. And then this guy... no? Oh, I guess it isn't broken. Does anybody have a broken light bulb? Oh, wait, you need a light bulb. I know how old cameras work. You need a light bulb. And you get the Cosmos card. The stars. Stars. You have a light bulb now, so can we take a picture? I think I need the pulley thing though, right? There's like a little squeezy thing, right? That like goes with cameras like this. Pretty sure. Yeah, I got the light bulb. Did I forget something? Oh boy. Did that. Infinity, yep. Can I write poop on this? P-O-O-P. Okay. Okay. Only vice. Oh, where I'm missing something here? Is it you? Am I sure it's not like the note? No, it's not doing anything. Now the camera is bulb. Now maybe I can take a photograph. How? I'm not taking a photograph. Take the picture. Take the picture. Take the... oh. Oh! Okay. I have the picture. Oh God, Jesus. Oh God, Jesus. It's a seance. It's the devil! What's happening here? You gonna give me the key so I can open the closet and do stuff in the closet? Or... bling. Anywho. Do I have to pick the cards? The stars? Ship the temple? Sanctuary? There's a key that I'm missing. This key. Did everything over here, I'm pretty sure. I just can't interact with any of these things because it's kind of like, I feel like I should be able to, but sure we can't like break this glass cup or something. Oops. Does this have something to do with it again? No, I think this has something to do with his thing, right? Maybe like this letter. Finally I hold a key. The secret world. This place is endless. Oh wait, does it have something to do with a letter? We began at home. Stars. So much to discover. So little time. Okay, so we started staring at the stars. Oh, stars home time. What the fuck do you mean? Time home stars? What? Wonder which 3 cards I should put on the tray table. You should put time, the cosmos, and sanctuary. Knowledge, ship, temple. I'm pretty sure, right? Because it talks about, we began, the fucking shit! This is why we read things twice, children. Home stars time. Yaha! The seance. Oh, the bell jingles. The bell tolls! What's happening? Voyage. Okay, I'll go type that. What if I can type penis onto the typewriter? Do you think I can type penis on the typewriter? Nope. Okay, what if I did hello? If I did hello world, that would be very interesting. Hello. Is there a space? Helen? Oh, shit. Hell. Where's the L? L. O. World. World. Man, didn't do anything. Okay, it's voyage. 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 Countless ships bore us, triumphant to a hidden temple. It was at home. You proved a shallow friend. Ship, temple, home. 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 There you go. Take my cards. What will the ghost write next? That was the fine. That was the good wine glass, man. Endless. That's just like the word infinity, but okay. Come here, typewriter. And what else? Boop, boop, boop. Under these alien stars, I courted only death. I am saved by science, my muse. Up, up, down, up. God, what is the fucking Konami code? Up, up, down, up, down, 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 up. Okay. Thank you. Oops. To steal away. Oh wait, fuck. What was it? I forgot. I was too distracted by the secret code. Stars. I'm courted only by death. I'm saved by science, my muse. Science? Ship under these alien stars. We don't have null, though. I feel like I'm missing something. I'm not investigated yet. Ooh, what? Oh, it's this thing. I haven't checked this out. Oh. Oh, up, down, up, and then down, down, down. Yay! Oh, it's the death card. Okay, cool. Exactly what we were looking for. Bloop. Boop. Oh, wait, no, it's stars, death, and then... Yeah. Oh, God. The seance. Oh, the seance is stronger! Oh, the ghosts are angry. What are you gonna write this time? Hope. Okay. Okie dokie. Can I have that key ever? Can I have that bell? That the textures were a little off on? H. Real kudos to whoever modeled this typewriter. That was really cool. The null graced me with time for a dozen lives work. For a dozen lives work. Now death returns to take his due. The null graced me with time. Okay, so null, so no card, and then death, and then time. Death, and then time. Okay, no. I'm close, though. There's something that we're missing. Last message before I start cleaning up, but Jesus Christ, some of these people are brain dead. Someone ordered a plain cheesecake with no fruit! Not even raspberries! Not even little raspberries? Oh my god. I'm sorry, Vexed. What losers. Simple-minded fool. Can I open? Can I? God damn it! Can I have this bell? No, I want to look at the bell. I have the bell. Small bell. It doesn't come with fruit. It's plain, and they wanted it on the side. Oh, wait, what? Why didn't... What? It's not weird. When they could just get fruit at home. That's what I would do. I would just get fruit at home. I like this key. I'd want this key in real life. Give me that. Give me this. You don't belong on here. Give me it. Oh, shit. What the fuck? It's like this. Is there another way this is meant to be oriented? I don't think so. Can I do the torn photograph yet? Look at the times. Oh, give me the plate. No, give me the plate. God damn, open. My decorative plate. Do you want this other decorative plate? You do. There we go. Con. Okay. This book is weird, though. Oop. Did it open the other side? No, what the fuck is that? What the fuck you mean there's more secrets? Surrey Safe Co. Fire resistant. Oh, it's con. We know the thingies. We know the words. Oh, there's a round disc that's missing. It might be this one. Minded fool. It's the disc. Nice. Now let's go crack this safe. H. H. A. N. Yoo-hoo! Oh, it's the null card. Hog? What about this photograph, though? I want to put the photograph in there. What do you mean? Isn't that what it was? Or was it death null? Null, death, okay, null time death. Null time death, null time death, null time death, null time death. I have to go to the bathroom. I will go to the bathroom after I solve this one. Boop, boop. Oh no! The ghosts are even angrier that I opened their safe and probably stole something. I don't know. The photograph! I can finally put. Why did only one of the glass things break? Very convenient. Photograph. Oh, Jesus, he's dead. Oh! He's dead in real life. Ooh. Can I have this? What's your name? Oh, you gotta... Oh, is this the guy? Now you see the truth of it. Time within this place works differently without an hour, a day, a century. Who is it to say? A pity I had to wait here to see you on your final step of the journey. Everything is in readiness. Take this. Use it to find the room. Okay, so I can have this. Oh shit. Oh shit. Whoa! 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 I want that key in real life. An ornate key. Okay, and then we take that and we put that in here. It's the ornate front of the box. Bloop. Yaha! It's the thingy again. Whoa! It's like inky now. It's different. The ship. The ship. Chapter complete. Your convenient character. You escape the curious events of the seance with all your faculties intact. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna be right back, and I'm gonna go bathroom, and then we'll continue. Alright, I'm back. Are we ready for more puzzles? I don't know how many chapters there are in this game, and if there's any secret achievements. I don't think for these games there are. No, you just play the game and then you 100% them. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I get beggy. We need to get to the castle that totally exists and is not what I presume is actually maybe very simple geometry. If not, then it's like a plane, just a plane. What does it say? 4 has multiple endings. Jeez. Louise. I don't know if we'll go. Oh, there's a monster in the water. There's a monster in the water. Just gonna get to shore really quick. Whee! I don't know if we'll go through all the games today. We might do some other stuff, but who knows? We might play more of them today. At least maybe because we're on the second one. We might play the third one. We'll see. It's real geometry now. Shit, is this door a puzzle? Oh. The door had the symbol on it. Oh, even short journeys can cover great distances, and by making it to the other side of the crossing, you are now ready for the final step. May good fortune be with you. Okay. Pog. Are we in an insane asylum? Kind of what it feels like. It's like more like a laboratory. A laboratory. I guess I'll touch this first. Can't believe our guy is dead. Do we pull? Okay, I don't feel like we start with that first. Let's start with this guy. Whoa. We got a lot of stuff going on here, buddy. Maybe not you first? Whoop. It's stuck. Okay. Maybe not that first. Let's start with this guy. Start with wood. Wood is always good. 1, 2, 1. Okay. Does gems have anything to do with it? Oh, what's this? Dude, what is this? What is this book? Can I look at that book? No? Okay. Oh, what's this? What is this? So, experiment 1.27, alpha 17, Lamprina arata. Subject unresponsive to post-mortem. Done making dinner. What you make for dinner? Subject unresponsive to post-mortem app of serum 4 combination with electrical stimulation of range 10 to 100 milliamps. Corpus degeneration considerable with high amperius. Conclude coleoptera unsuitable for further study. Okay. There's a lot of things, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know what's the first thing to start with. Chili dogs and some baked veggies. Ooh, that sounds good. Okay, I feel like maybe I'm going a little bit too fast, okay? Okay, interesting. So these two are the same, or similar. Hi, Gore. How are you? Oh, wait. Can I slide you? Looks like something could fit here. Can I not slide this? Hi, how's your Thursday? About you. There's a beetle. Wait, what about you? You don't have a thingy to watch. And oh, Jesus. Oh, it's upside down. Oh, it's upside down. What the fuck? Why is it upside down? Bloop. I don't know know where I'm supposed to start. Where am I supposed to start? I wonder what the cabinet... Okay, this one. So we start with this one. Okay. What about you? You? Okay. What about you? You have a big old one on you. Can I open you? You can. What's this? Experiment 2.07, subject beta 4, Radis radis. Subject necrosis significantly halted by pre-mortem application of serum number 5. Temporary muscular reflex restoration witnessed with post-mortem electrical stimulation of a range of 75 to 85. So we're trying to bring something back from the dead. Oh, nope, come back. Okay. I think we can unscrew... Am I supposed to unscrew? I don't feel like it's that. There are screws here, though. Am I supposed to unscrew these? No. Where are more screws? Cannot say I believe them. It's a flathead screwdriver. Cool. Tired, woke up late, gonna have to work a bit later to make up for it. Aw, well, at least you got some good rest, it sounds like, though. Getting good rest is always good. Where does this screwdriver go? Oops, I keep thinking the wrong thing. On the dance in the light. Wanna rock your star-shaped indention. Part of the plaque is missing something. Okay. Is there something we could unscrew in here? This? No. What has screws on it? Is there something over here? No. What? You. Ew, what the fuck is in it? Ew. Yeah, there you go. Give. A wooden box. Okay. Oh, goodness. The numbers mean something, but I don't know what it is. Did the wood box go in here? It's got like 2 holes in the back. I feel like that means something. Do you want to go over here, box? You want to go here? Oh, it's like moving. That's cool. A box, huh? Do you want the box? I still have the screwdriver, so there's something else that I can still unscrew, I guess. Out of sight, body, out of sight. An electricity thing. Oh, Jesus. Get a little stupid, get a little crazy, get a little crazy. Looks like a film reel could go here. Yeah, that's what I thought. What this guy? What is this guy about? There's something I think I haven't opened there. That's why. Okay. Maybe there's something else over here. Oh wait, there's this thing. Oh. Okay, well I think that's a later thing then. Body, come on, rock that body. Can I have that thing? Can I have the syringe? I think this needs to be powered. But it doesn't have a battery. And these apparently mean a certain number. What if this means, like, 2? I don't know, 8? It's like an 8. And then I got 1. I don't know what those numbers mean. Do the chalkboards have anything about it? No. My magic lens senses nothing out of the ordinary. Alright, hint time. It looks like it might open. Yeah, it looks like it might open. But, like, we don't know the code secrets. Should be a 5. Maybe like a 1. I keep guessing because I feel like guessing is not the way to go about this. Gotta go pick up my beds. Okay, we'll be here. We'll miss you. I don't know. I don't know what numbers these would be. There's no note in here for me to read, so I don't really know what I'm doing. If I did know how, never did know how. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. The symbols on the front of the wood, perhaps they were found somewhere else in the room. That's what I. Oh wait, 1, 2, 1. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought it was 1, 2, 1 because of this. Why can't I slide this up and down? But you, can I like unscrew you? Where else could these numbers be found? Is it in this book that I can't open? Hopefully you won't disappear after I take them. Why would I disappear? Why would I disappear? Kiwi? I did no harm, never did no harm. I'm confused. My baby brain is confused, Jet. I don't get it. To the right of the window. What? What? Strange metallic to the right of what? The symbols on the wooden box match the ones surrounding the strange metallic liquid to the right of the window. What? Strange metallic liquid? Are you talking about this thing? It stopped moving. That's weird. What? What metal liquid is it talking about? Metal liquid? What was it again? Matching the symbols on the metallic fluid. What metallic? What? Metallic fluid where though? Metallic fluid? To the right of the window? I'm not. Is it that stuff? Or is it this stuff? I can't tell. Hold on. There's something on my face that's bothering me. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Oh, I didn't take my meds for today. There you go. Okay. Cool. I take my meds. I take my meds. Alright. Thursday. I'm not gonna take that guy though, which is the lighter one. No Aberol. Matching the symbols around the metallic fluid to those on the box to the right of the window? Can I go to the window? I don't think I can go to the window. Strange metallic liquid? I'm so lost. Strange metallic liquid. Strange metallic liquid. Is it you? No. I'm lost. Oh, what is this? Did I write it? As am I the player, am I prey? Pray, ask yourself this. Where are the others? Interesting. Okay, I just wanted to know how to... I'm lost. I'm lost. Got all the way to the end, and now I'm lost. Okay. Chapter 6, the lab. One. This numbers match a symbol will rise up. Blue and this number has a simple plate on the left of the metal table. Numbers match the symbols will black tar blue the you. What? The metal oh. Oh. You're a 1. Yeah, he's a 1. You're a 3. And then... oh, sorry. It's a 7. 7. Yes! Give me a fucking battery. Let's go! Okay. Okay. Do you want the battery? Oh, is it dead? Bless you, thank you. I think it's dead. I have to charge it. I have to charge it by putting it over here. Boop. Kronk! Pull the lever! Wait, not yet. Yeah. Pull the lever! Hog. That's very dangerous. Technology is dangerous, chaps. Alright, now I can put you over here. Put you in here. And flip you. You will cast a beam of light at... Oh, okay. Okay. And then now... Oh shit, it's wrong. Okay, so it's gotta go... here. Ow, Jesus. Yes. Yes! Oh! Will you give me a star-shaped handle, Pog? Okay, I keep thinking I can move around, but I can't. Okay, oh, and then that's what... Oh, that's what this thing is for, right? Oh, maybe not. Star-shaped handle. A star-shaped handle. Where does a star-shaped handle need to go? I don't think you need a star-shaped handle. I don't think anything over there needs a star-shaped handle. You need a star-shaped handle? Doesn't look like it. Does anything on the box need a star-shaped handle? Hello? Do you need it? I don't think so. You, what about you? Nope. Nope, actually, no. Oh wait, you needed it. There you go. It closed. We'll go to 2 now. Cool. Oh, there's a switch here. Cool. What does this say? Oh, it's a drum of images. Dear Professor de Montfaucon, while I don't doubt your altruistic motives, your sister's condition is not aided by her continued confinement to your estate. I beg of you to see Madame Lucy return to the sanatorium as early as it can be arranged, Dr. Beckett. Damn. Can I turn this back to 1? So we didn't finish 1. I mean, something still goes in this drawer. Which I'm presuming goes there and then it opens. Okay. Oh, do you need the battery? Okay, well, the only battery I have is this one, so turn off. Turn off? Wait, do I need another battery? You need a battery? Yeah, you need a battery. How do I turn it off? Do I have to power this down? No. What? I can't turn you off, and you are just plugged in. Okay. Okay, I just gotta put you in. Where is the next one? The screwdriver doesn't need to go in here, does it? Like in the little hole? Huh. What am I missing? There must be a way to open the doors to the cabinet. The left one looks promising. Well, yeah, of course the left one looks promising, dude. I mean, like, but we can't open it because I can't. What? 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 What did this say? Part of the plaque is missing. Part of the plaque is missing. Part of the plaque is missing. Do you have a secret? No. The bracket holding the left door has numbers that seem to relate to the drawers. Yes, that was clear, yes. Wait. What is this? What do you do? Do you have anything up here that I can mess with? Not like the others. Can I... What if I... Maybe I need to close 2 again? I don't think I can. I think 2 is just open now. Bloop. Bloop. Yeah. Yeah, 2 is just open now. Bloop. Something missing, something missing, something missing. What would be missing? We have our screwdriver, but there are hidden switches on the drawers that could open the cabinet. Is it this guy? But how do I pry them off? Boop. Boop. This is not a switch. Oh! Beep, beep. We got there. We got there. Bloop. Buggies. This was not scary. Switch. A crank handle. Upper right subject EH. Upper right appendage severed at the glenohumeral joint. The closest is subject causing completely be a postmortem application of serial number 5, followed by a postmortem application of serial number 4. Perfect muscular reflex witness with electrum serum. Electricity is 77 and 3/4 milliamps. Okie dokie. I think I have to find all the bugs. Bug is missing in the labor required. It should be a stag beetle. Oh, we know where that is. Is there anything about this guy, though? He's a mirror. Oh, maybe we have to reflect something off of it? What's the crank handle for, though? Did you? Oh, wait. I think we can do this with the crank handle. We don't need the battery, I think. A recess with electrical connection inside. Does this not go here? I think we did that one. I don't think... Do you need a crank? Do you need a crank? I don't think you need a crank. What is this? Are you something? You look different. Nope, okay. Large handle. A large handle would go to what? Oh, I know what it goes to. Beep, beep, beep. Boop. Oh, wait. What did that even do? Shoes and more. Is this? What was this supposed to do? Oh, wait, no, I know. I know. Okay, here. And then we pull it out. Boop. It's... Oh, I know. And then. There we go. Fuck yeah. Sorry. Alright. And this needs to go here. Yes. God damn, does it feel good to solve puzzles. Open the door. Battery. Pog. We have to charge it though. The little buggy. There's things down here. Subject, experiment 13, subject L, cardiac viscous. The cross is halted indefinitely. Manual operation at 77 and 3/4 milliamps. Facsimile of life restored with proximity to raw null. No further avenues. No wake back. Dear Lucy, forgive me. I was too late. Boogie. What's this one? Appears a specimen is missing. Okay, I'm with this one. Okay. Cool, I can just drag him. Cool. I gotta go. Nope, I gotta go charge the battery. Bleep, 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 bleep. Pink. Let's get this electricity going. Woo! Woo! Pull the lever! Bonk! Oh, Jesus. Screwdriver. Oh. Aww. Aww. Where am I gonna get a new fuse? Give me that. Does it unlock anything for us, though? Not really, right? We have less than we started with. Where do you hold your fuses? Is there a fuse in here somewhere? Wait, why is this panel weird? Is this panel weird for a reason? Oh, maybe it's what locked it or something? Do any of the jars on the bottom of your cabinet hold anything useful? Oh, medicine, ladies and gentlemen. Any jars at the... Wait, what did it say? Do any of the jars at the bottom of the shelf of the cabinet hold anything useful? I don't think so. Small tonic, your once a day milady elixir for both ailments, ladies and men. Is this useful? To your mama. I don't think so. I feel like it has something to do with this. What? The lid of the large jar. Look. Oh, wait, what? Oh! I don't know why I didn't get that. Broken piece of plaque! Oh my god. Boop. A fuse! Yippee! On your own. In a fun. In a fun. Alright, now we gotta do the thing again, right? It's alive! Yippee! Battery. I like how batteries were so square in the old days. Now they're just little cylinders. Let's watch the picture. Oh god! Oh my god! Okay, so we saw that the hand moved. Am I supposed to do that again with the hand? To your mama. Maybe I missed something. Maybe I left it too soon. I think that's the only thing, though, right? Is the hand? I think so. Yeah, it was only the hand. Whoa. The bug. But maybe it can go to the center. Can you go, instead of to the bug, can you go to the center one? No, you're stuck. Cool. Hint? If you find, will it show the viewing window? It showed the arm. It showed the arm. Yeah, so it's saying I have to electrify the hand. Come here. Come here. Give me the hand. No, not you. Give me the hand. I wonder if the viewing images help the eyepiece? I don't think we could look at the thing with the eyepiece, but yeah, okay. Oh, we can. 2 arrows and a circle. are scratched into my little glass finder now, which sucks, because, oh, it's gone. Oh, it went into that thing. Oh, that sucks. Bug. A green ground beetle. What are these symbols for? Okay. Wait, did I read that? Did I read this one? Okay. What could those numbers... Oh, wait, is it for this thing? It's like, it wanted this one. 60? 60 for what, though? Do we have anything we can input a number into? No. Please don't forget. Marking on the drawer in the cabinet. There's a drawer in the... Oh, wait. There's a drawer in the cabinet? The drawer in the cabinet. Nope, in the drawer. What's this? Oh, this is the Radis, that's right, okay. Oh, I know. A drawer in the cabinet. Drawer in the cabinet. What? There's something on the other side of the cabinet drawers? What? I don't think so. Cabinet drawers? This is the only cabinet, and we can only open this drawer. And this drawer... I don't... Yeah, so it's underneath. It says to look down. I'm looking down, dude. What do you want from me? It says... I'm gonna close it. I'm confused. On the other side of one of the cabinet drawers. What? Oh, stay open. I'm not seeing anything. I'm lost again. Wait, what? Side of the circle, the symbol display device. Place the handle here. And clue. What? Wait, what? I forgot the right on. Okay, now go to the small cabinet. What if you place the battery, use the eyepiece? I'm just gonna see. Slide images, roll. Oh, place it on the specimen. Wait, look. What? Small metal handle? Where? Send images. Place it on the specimen. Wait. Look below a small metal handle with red markings. Go to the metal table. Place the handle here. Huh? How does it have to do with the cabinet drawers, though? Cabinet drawers is... No, not that guy. Wait, am I missing a beetle? Is that why? A water beetle. Which one is this one? Stag beetle. What? Under the drawer is a water beetle bug. What? Place the dresser. Okay. Do I have to close this and go back to 2? Bloop. Bloop. Aha! Okay. Boop. Boop. She's sus. Okie dokie. Bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. You gotta go on 6. Boop. Boop. Key. Yippee! And then the key goes in here, I think. Somewhere over here, I think. Ah, yes. It's supposed to be an arrow and then 2 pluses, like this. Hog? Give me the beetle. Give me the beetle. Here you go. Here's the last beetle. Ooh. Let me go here. That means... Oh, yes. That means this one has to go down. Go down. And then... Oh, was I off? Boop, boop, boop. There you go. Yippee! A lens. It looks like it would fit my eyepiece. Damn, it's becoming a hefty-ass eyepiece, bro. Welcome. It seems to be my fate to be forever standing on the shoulders of greater men. Mont's work here makes mine appear to that of a child, but he never cracked the final secret of the doors as I have. He carried with him the key all along, and he never realized the soul is the roof of the null. It comes down to the simple trade, mine for hers and hers for yours. The heart is the seat of the soul. Travel well and don't look back. Whatever you see here, don't ever look back. What? That was AS? Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Uh-oh. You want the... Wait. Oh my god, there's markings everywhere. Wow. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so this guy wants the eyeball piece, I think. Is that what you want? You want this piece. Oh, wait, no. It goes... top... boat, and then airplane, and then... Oh, wait, no. 3? Oh, the third one goes on the eye. Okay. The first one goes on the pyramid. And... well, let's do those two then. The third one goes on that one. The first one goes on this one, I believe. So now I gotta figure out what the second one goes to. Which is... The second one is... Let's see... What is the second one? What is the second one? I mean, process of elimination is gonna be my answer, so we're gonna do that. Oh. Wait, did I do the wrong one? I'll do this one. Wait, wait, what? Oh, yeah, it wants a... What the fuck? It wants a Triforce symbol? I don't think the Triforce symbol exists, but let me go look again. It does. I'm just dumb. Okay, this is one. Yeah, process of elimination. Oh, it's a heart. Boop, boop. Yahoo! Oh, is it gonna open the door? Lovecraftian, 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 Lovecraftian! Whoa! Give me. What do you mean? No, give me. Whoa. Oh shit. Oh, I see. Am I a monster? Whoa. Oh no, it's taking my stuff. I'm running downstairs. I'm running down. Oh god. Do I have any family in this home? Or did I just fuck them? I'm outside. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Oh. Uh-oh. Crazy, you can be the road tour. Your many have altered, you have succeeded in discovering the many mysteries held within the most unique space. You fled the laboratory and escaped the confounded house where it all began. After much scientific study, I can only conclude that it is an absolute impossibility that the null sample under my custody is the only one in existence. It stands to reason that there must be a great number of somehow coordinated samples which exert some form of control over these curious events. And twisting. Thank you for playing! Woo! I did that. There are really a Barnes and Nobles by my house? Pog. There's a lot of Barnes and Nobles in Colorado. There's a lot of those. Oh my god, I need a snack. I took my meds and now my body's like dying. So I took them late. Alright, I'm gonna go get a snacky and then... How long is the next one? I don't know if I want to play the next one right now. Let me uninstall this one. I did it. I did it. Room 3. Oh, there's only 4 of them. How long until July, August, September, October? We can play one a month. One a month, I think. I'm thinking one a month. One a month. When did this one come out? Old Sins? When did the Room 4 Old Sins come out? 2021? They're probably not making new ones, huh? The Room VR? Oh. upcoming releases. Do they have anything? Ghost Town VR only. Ghost Town is a single player VR puzzle adventure game. Oh, why are they doing only why is it only VR? I guess this would be a pretty good like VR experience though. To be fair, all of this like what they've already done is like pretty cool. Whoa! Lego dollhouse from the room 4 old sin Lego ideas. Whoa! That's cool. I don't want to look at that because I don't want to get spoiled, but that's fucking sick. Sick. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna take a little breaky. Go get a snacky so my body doesn't die because of my medication. And then, we'll be back, and then maybe we'll do some art. You might do art. Maybe. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I think I need to redo my microphone stuff. Alright, cool. Might be a little bit of fan noises. I apologize for that. Hello! I'm here. I'll go back to normal form. Really? Is that how you feel? Oh my goodness, why? You're too far. I can't reach, bro. I can't reach. See my arms? Okay, that might help. I can get you with like the tips. Hold on. Beep. Alright. Waiting for 60 hours on 100 separate lines. That's not. I don't know what the fuck Artisan TD is. We're doing art. Art. Meow. Meow. What about this? Good job. Cat caught the laser pointer. I'm proud of her. Alright, time for a stim video while I do somewhat mundane art. I have to scoop you guys. I just got bed. I need to show my heart can come and go. Dancing through every load on you, I know. Relaxing Minecraft parkour. Here you go. Look around me. I'm not a young expensive tasting. Who cares if I'm not demented? I want a new information, a new perspective. I'm not lurking. I don't have Twitch open. Worry playing Peak. Rashawn's playing Stardew Valley and Cino's playing in art. I'm going out of here. Found a genie that will grant you 3 wishes, but anything you wish will be granted 10 years in the past. Okay. Oh shit. Ooh. 1. Oh shit. Hold on, let me. I already have like 2 of them. 10 years in the past, I'd be 15. Oh yeah, okay, that's perfect. I know what I would ask for. I already have it planned out. What that says about my person, I don't really know, but what is it? What? Hello? Computer? There we go. Okay, 1. What the fuck? Okay. 1. Keep making, like, content. Like, keep doing the content creator shit. Like, I wish I kept on that, you know? Because when I was younger, I did make YouTube videos. I would make gameplay YouTube videos. But I wish I kept on that and, like, kind of did what I'm doing now, but, like, 10 years ago. Okay? Number 2, have a healthy, like, workout regimen. Because then I'd be a skinny bitch right now. And then 3, art. I would practice art. That's all. Fuck yeah, those are my 3 wishes. Do I have any others? Not really. Not really. I hope those are good wishes. What would you guys wish for? That's what I would wish for. This is who I'm inside the DLT brush. I feel like this isn't doing the thing I want it to. So practical, yeah. I mean, I'm not like, I think a lot of times with those kind of things is like, I'm not super, did this ever save? Size shader, price shader. Okay. A lot of time with wishes like that, I've actually thought about them before. And maybe that has, like, a testament to my person as, like, I wish I did this in life a lot as a person, you know? And whether that's a good or bad thing, I think, is to be said, but, like, I often think about that, like, man, I wish I got into the VTubing scene, like, sooner, right? Like, I wish I got into it, like, essentially, like, 2015. Know everything I know now. Ideal superpower, Moida? That's crazy! Yeah, that's like, that's more like, I feel like, what people would typically ask for. I think I'm just like trying to boost some of my stats a little bit, you know? Just trying to boost some of my stats a little. Because, like, I feel a little debuffed. So I think I could use a little buffing, you know? Wise man, you cut it as a poor man stealing. Like a blind man, the sense of fear. I feel like I'm painting. I feel like a painter. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of. Yes, I'm mistaken for having you a heart worth breaking. I've been wrong into my love and you bottle. These 5 words in my head, but we haven't found yet. Yeah. So I will say, yesterday when I got high, I did a few things. I added Wacky's build to the spawn. My ideal superpower is personal pocket dimension. I can do whatever I can imagine in. That would be fun. My superpower would be like Raven. I don't know what technically her powers are, but I want to be like her. What is the name of Raven's power from Teen Titans? I don't know what that's called. Like what she does. Space magic? Yeah, I guess. I always thought it was like manipulating shadows with like a bit of like telekinesis, you know? That's what I always thought it was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Made it as a wise man, couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. This is how you remind me. Oh, and then also last night, after I got off, I may or may not have spent additional hours on Peak, just trying to understand the game and jive with it. I played it for a good while. I really wanted to try to get to the top by myself for funsies. Didn't happen. It did not happen. Let me tell you what did not happen. Sure damn tried my best though. I would kept getting stuck in like the jungle place where like I would get stuck and then I just don't have enough stuff to like sustain myself and then I'd fall. And I'd be like, oh. And then I crocheted and played Minecraft. I watched Creepcast. I stayed up pretty late crocheting actually. It's because I want to finish these overalls for my teddy bear. And then I think I kind of want to make a sweater for my cat, I think. So I have like a blanket project that I've been like slowly chipping away at, but it's like, I like small projects. It makes my ADHD feel good when I finish a small one. It's like more like, yeah. That color here. A little too far down. This song will always and forever be Twilight Baseball. My brain. I feel like there's more color variation like here. And like here as well. Gradient it, so it's like softer. Oh. The fuck? I like these like sweeping motions. You come back Monday or Tuesday? I come back Tuesday. I'll come back on Tuesday. I'll be hiking on Monday. I think. Yeah, I think so. I'll miss you guys. I'll miss you guys so much. Will you guys miss me? I'm gonna miss you guys so much. I might have partial anxiety that you guys are gonna forget me while I'm gone, but I think that might be silly, so you guys are gonna miss me, right? I hope so. Everything on the whole line. My wife, but yeah, you're fine. You're fine. I'm probably not gonna do a long stream, to be fair. I'll probably be tired. There's like a small percent chance I might not stream, to be honest. Bro, it's all week, I know. I'm gonna miss you guys so much. That's my feelings, but I think it'll be nice for me to get out into nature for a little bit. And I'll miss you guys a lot, but it's okay. I'll like be posting pictures in the Discord and stuff as much as I can, at the very least. I don't know if I'll post it on like Twitter or Blue Sky, but probably definitely gonna be doing that a bit more on like Discord. It's so pretty. Thanks. I'm just watercoloring over this drawing or this picture because I can. What does it look like not? God. Not word. Oh. How the fuck did I do that? Oh, is it because it's big? It And now it doesn't match, which is crazy to me. That's crazy. Go back. I like this more. I like the abstracted version a lot better when it was how it was. Now that I spoke out about, like, the fact that I'll be gone, and it kind of gives me anxiety to be gone, I'm kind of thinking about it a little bit. But it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Surely you guys won't be able to find another me in a week, right? Because you guys are busy on the weekend, so that's typical. So it's really only Friday and Monday that I'll be really gone, you know? And you guys probably can't find another amazing cat like, or a pretty cool cat like me in the wild that quickly. Please don't test me on that, though. Don't take that as, like, a challenge. This is not a challenge. That is, I beg of you. Still love me when I return. Might be a little tired, might need a little bit to recoup, but I promise I'll be rejuvenated. Probably. A gift! I love gifts. Is it gonna be a Toy Story? Gonna be a Toy Story? Yeah, this is wild. And the engine cycle. Into the top of find a wooden farewell. It's time to feel good again. It's not fair, Kiwi, that this BLT brush has actually been, like, my main brush that I've been using for a lot of things. Like, I'll go to, like, a different brush that I think will do, like, some parts better, and it just doesn't. And I think that's a little unfair. Oops. Yes, and now I have a due date, so it's getting done. I know how to art, even if I can't art. This is true. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, I'm eating cheeses. A lot of the times, I actually sometimes like to ask people who don't really do art their opinion of my art, because, like, I think that's, like, a lot of the average perspective, because, like, artist perspectives are skewed because they have the knowledge, whereas, like, a lot of people may not have the art knowledge, so if you ask someone that doesn't do art, they can get, the vibe is a lot more, like, apparent for them, because, like, it's up, non-artists will put their interpretations, I feel like, often first, and that's very important to me. Like, if this feels like a child's drawing, that's important to me, because I want to know that, like, that's what it feels like, whereas, like, an artist might, like, take a second to think about it for a minute. Mm-hmm. Oops. I hope that someone messages me on Discord or adds me on Twitter being like, why the fuck isn't Elaine streaming? And I'll be like, hee, I'm on mini vacation. That's why. And then they'll be like, oh, miss you, bud. And I'll be like, yay! I want to be guilted into streaming. I mean, I won't be able to because I won't be in town, really. I'll be away from my computer. But still, it's a good feeling. There's cloud. It's kind of high average won't understand the subtle decisions of art in galleries, but they'll obsess over fan art. Yeah. Because it is clear depiction versus interpretation, in my opinion, at least. I mean, obviously, that's not how it is for everyone, but I don't know. I just like asking people who do non-art, like, taking in their ideas, because I think it's a fun challenge. Because, also, people that, like, don't tend to do art can sometimes think of bigger ideas than those who know how to do the art, because, like, they mean, like, the artist, like, oh, I gotta do this and this, but then, like, if you ask someone who doesn't do art, they might be like, oh, what about this interesting idea? And then you're like, ooh, shit. Ooh, fuck. That sounds hard, but I like it. You know? Lava? That is lava. I like that one. I don't like this, though. I want this to be softer. I like this part. Oops. I've been critical of traditional writing, and I've been so critical of traditional writing advice that I want to write my own how to write book after I publish a few weeks. That's valid. That is valid. Like, I don't know. I mean, that's how it be. Just want to branch out, be something new, be something different. Allow the world to see through your lens, a different lens. Because everybody's lens is different. I think I need to take Control-G and put on top. I don't have as many, like, reds, I think. I'll add back into my red. Then on this, like, underbelly. Look like the clouds. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wrong button. Space is like, if most artists did fine art and they thought they could make money without a gallery to sell it for them, you want the internet. That's valid. It's valid. I don't think the book world has progressed like the art world has just yet. Being honest. Back to be from we just shared before. Oops. It's the academics and people wanting their work to outlive them, but if you want to make a bunch of crap and learn from it, then you'll grow. I think, like, a really good, like, community of, like, writers, in my opinion, that I've seen so far is, like, the No Sleep Reddit, where people can just pump out stories and stuff. I wouldn't say, like, the No Sleep Reddit is kind of strict, though, but, like, and then the Creepcast Reddit is starting to have people, like, publish their own stories and stuff on there. Like how, like 5 minute, like, or 5 second, like, or 2 sentence stories and stuff like that. Kind of like that vibe where, like, people are just, like, they're just writing to write and kind of have fun with it. And, it's just kind of cool to see. Like, the positive impact kind of, like, Creepcast and stuff like that has had on the community and, like, all the different writers that we get to hear about thanks to Creepcast and stuff. It was cool. Because a lot of the people there, in, like, the No Sleep community started out as just, like, writing whatever, and then, like, they're, like, actual, like, writers now and stuff. It's crazy. I want more of that orange down here. Give me that orange. The world's only given. I like this blue. I have enough of this blue. I do not. I do not. Kind of seep into here a bit. Oop. No, I don't like that last row. Okay. Actually, I want to rasterize this. Can I rasterize it? There we go. There's more red hues on this rock. I added. Uh-oh. AC turned off. Sad face. It's okay, I'm about to get flashbang though. Protect my eyes. My poor little eyes are about to get flashbang. I'm not ready. I think it's gonna happen tomorrow. Oh! No, it happened. We're good. think there's more of a gradient going on here than I'm putting. I'm putting it on the wrong layer. No! No! Damn it. I didn't fuck it up too much. I was like, why is that gradient not popping out? I know why now. Boop, boop, boop. I know cost is a barrier for a lot of authors, but most artists don't start selling big prints. They share their work for free and gain a following. Then between commissions and outsourcing printing production, they make a yeah. And like a lot of like the no sleep stories are free because they're on Reddit. And then sometimes they'll make books out of it if enough people like it, but most of the time they just start it because they're doing it for fun. I think a lot of people miss that nowadays. It's just doing the love of the craft because you love it. And I think, like, for me, like, I'm constantly, I feel like, reminded of that because I don't make money off of Twitch, really. Yeah, I appreciate every cent that I do get towards it because it helps us live our dream. Every single one of you. But, like, I think it shows, because, like, you know, there's been so many Twitch streamers, especially, that, like, have this, like, gross, like, almost understanding of, like, oh, streaming is money, therefore you guys are, like, my little piggy banks. It's like, no. Do it for the love of the game, man. Don't do it for something stupid like that. Like, I understand, like, for quite a few streamers, like, this is their income, but it's like, at the same time, it's like, there's real people. I don't think most readers know they could publish an ebook for little to no cost, and if they want a physical book, they could print directly without a publisher. That is very valid. I think that kind of, like, I'm sorry that I'm, like, chomping, I'm, like, hungry, because my meds make me hungry. I think that's just lost, like, on a lot of people, like AI artists are like, oh, I'm not as talented, I couldn't pick up a pencil, but that's the thing you do, you pick up the pencil. You pick up the pen, you pick up the pencil, and then, bam, you did the thing. You know? It's much easier nowadays to do a lot of things, like, you don't have to be the next Leonardo DiCaprio, or, not DiCaprio, Leonardo da Vinci, you know? Just be you. Do whatever you want to do. I also fucked up this cloud a lot. I like the direction of the sweeping motions, I think. Oh. I think I fucked up this cloud a little bit too much. Yeah, I'm gonna erase this one. I don't like this one. What did I do? Alright. Maybe do another, like, layer opacity change? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I like small creators and very few large creators who do it for the passion and are grateful to have enough fans that they don't have to. Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking crazy. And, like, I get, especially, like, bigger content creators, like, they can't always just sit there and, like, thank everyone in chat or say hello to people in chat, like, all the time. Because there's so many people, and if you do that for one person, you should probably do it for other people, yada, yada, yada. But at the same time, it's kind of like, I don't know. There's too many content creators that are not grateful for what they have, and it makes me sad. But 'tis the way the cookie crumbles, alas. Alas, 'tis the way the cookie doth crumble sometimes. And that's okay. Because karma do be doing, and so everyone will get their dues. I started going the wrong way with the brush, and I didn't realize it. Fuck. I think I want this to have a more, like, variety of color, maybe? I kind of got a cringy memory in my head. I'm like, wow, brain, right now? My cat's on my computer. I wonder if it feels a little warm. It's very interesting that my cat will, like, sit in here with me. She hasn't been, like, in my office quite a lot as of late. She kind of just lays, in her window bed in the like, living room area nowadays, because I think it's because it's a lot quieter. But whenever I have my AC on, she's, like, just kind of in here. In my office, sleeping. And I'm not complaining. I just find it interesting that that's what she decides to do when it's, like, the loudest in here. I don't know about others, but I donate because I want to support people I appreciate. I'm fine being thanked with a group or not acknowledged if they're busy. Yeah, I feel like, you know, there's a very, like, stark difference between those who are, like, it's just, like, hard to, like, get out all that thank yous, and someone who's, like, just being an asshole about it, you know? And if they're good at being liars, well, like I said, karma's a bitch. So, get your dues. Everyone gets their dues at the end of the day, in my opinion. What dues will come of me for this song? I don't really know, but everyone will get their dues. I don't like this. This is like, ew. I think bits are a great way to get attention, without necessarily being thanked, because most of the time it's a way to directly, yeah, most times bigger streamers will have, like, instead of doing, like, channel points, they'll do bit redeems, which I think is a really good way, especially if, like, they interrupt stream or something, but, yeah, and, like, it goes directly to the streamer, it doesn't get taxed like subs do, so, yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Just wait, guys. I'll be famous someday, and then I'm gonna be the coolest streamer around. I'm gonna be the better Mr. Beast of streamers. Look, as I give my chat $100,000. And like, it's like a game show or something. I'm not surprised. Haha. That'd be cool. Actually, I just kind of want to be Pay Money Wubby. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of just want to be Pay Money Wubby. I just want to play games, watch silly TV shows, probably, and then have silly game shows. Yeah. I think that would be really fun. But also do art. Like, also mix in some art in there. You know? I feel like this is just too... It's not good. This is not good. Like, the rest of this has, like, so much color in it, and it, like, looks nice, but I feel like I did this wrong. There's just not enough in it. Babies leave it. Goodbye, Boyra. Hi, werewolf! I can already think of a few ways to do something like that for a writing stream, adding a character, messing with the plot, donate for a short story, that kind. Yeah. Yeah, welcome on in, Werewolf. Thank you for the check-in. Yeah, no, definitely. And I feel like, to be fair, creatives have the most advantage when it comes to, like, redeems like that, because it's kind of like, we can just give so much. But, no, yeah, that's a really cool idea. If I could, I would make a friendship bracelet redeem, where if you donate, like, a good amount of bits, I won't say, like, too many, because I'd feel bad, I'll make you a friendship bracelet. You know, I think that would be really cute. And I ship it to you. I think that would be fun. Because I've been thinking about making friendship bracelets a lot lately. I think this just needs more, like, harsh lines in it. I think that's the problem. Because it's not a cloud, it's a rock. I think this just needs more, like, harsh lines in it. Understand ourselves. I don't like this one. That better? A little bit? I think I need, like, the tip of it. Hi, Hookah! Welcome on in. How are you? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello again. Hello, hello. Thank you for the song request. Ooh. Yeah. Actually, I don't really like that one. Thank you for the song request. I think it doesn't look too bad. I feel like I kind of want to do, like, another one of these. Just kind of... Why is it? I'm good, just vibing. How are you doing? I am good. I'm just trying to get this piece done. Just a little bit. It's a Matrix theme song. Interesting. I feel like that just boosts it just a little bit in the way that I want. Yeah, save. I know some streamers have a notification when someone orders from their store, so for that kind of reason, yeah. Oh, that would be fun. Yeah, you could buy a friendship bracelet, but I don't know if I do it like that, because, like, they'd be very basic friendship bracelets. They'd be like, let me see. And probably be like these, but, like, I'd mix, like, this and then this. I think would be my plan. I would essentially make a chevron pattern, and then I would put the little beadies on it. And I'd put, like, an extra little charm on it, because I love you guys. Alright. What the fuck is this Minecraft parkour, bro? Alright, I'm happy with this. I think I'm happy with that. Alright, what else am I doing? What else do I want to do today? It's so hot in my office right now. So low and I'm cool. Oh, fuck, hold on. My AC was fucking on. No! The coil to my AC is not. Oh, bitch. Chad, I don't think I'm gonna be able to have AC today. This way. Just, like, go wherever. My AC, it's 2B. No warm. Okay. No AC for me today. I mean, you were in the office, so of course it get hotter. Yeah, but, like, I had the AC on. I had the AC on. Oh, wait! I see what happened. You flirted with me. More of a thank you for support instead of a direct product. But I do something that ever talks. Oh, that'd be cool. The AC tube. I have like a standing AC, and the tube, this tube that goes into the window won't stay in its thingy. It won't like stay connected here. Oh wait, you guys can't see it. Won't stay connected here. Or fucking here. So it like just popped out. And I don't want to fix it right now. Glad you got to mention. Thank you. Thank you for flirting with me. I'm a little daft. Alright, what else do I want to do? Like my first day where like I'm like, I don't have plans because I thought we were going to do Dragonlance today. Let's see. Can't render the videos right now. I did schedule stuff. Work on that. I can't do on stream because my computer will lag. Could make 3D models. Duct tape is a universal fix. But I don't have it in. I have it in for like 3 months. If that. Maybe 2.5 months. And then I put it away. Myrtle? We can play some Myrtle. I'm hot though. Okay, hold on. No, I'm gonna fix it. Hold on. I'm gonna fix it. My balls be dropping. It was just also hard because like the coil was hot. That's how those work. They get hot. Hold on. Let's see if Elaine can essentially install her AC again. I make it if I make the coil small and then like extend one side of it out. You good? I don't really know what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah, I got it in on one side. Oh shit, I realized how I should have done this. My brain has expanded in the last minute. Okay, and then I take this cover and stretch out the other side. And then I put the other side on the tube. And then I keep spinning it until it's the right way to get onto the AC. I think I did it upside down. It is upside down. I did it! I did it, Chad. Be proud of me. Oh my god, it's so fucking hot. Have some chill, thank you. Yippee! Yippee! Oh, I feel so much better. Ah, my balls. My balls were about to fall off my body. Thank you. Thank you, oh my god. Okay, Myrtle time. Detective Legico had hoped to enjoy the nice evening at New Agnes, but unfortunately a tourist had to go and get murdered. Blue Babyface, Deacon Verdigris, Lady Violet, and Coach Raspberry. The weapons were a prayer candle, a hypnotic watch, a pseudoscientific apparatus, and a bent spoon. The locations are the desert compound, the mysterious cave, a kitschy restaurant, and the quaint apartment. Alright. Okay. Each suspect brought his own weapon. Okay, yeah. Lady Violet was not a cult/community, which I'm presuming is this one? No. Look, oh, it's the desert compound. So Lady Violet was not at the compound. Whoever was in the kitschy restaurant was left-handed. Kitschy restaurant left-handed. Left, right, left. Could be Deacon or Coach. Deacon or Coach could have been at the kitschy restaurant. A hypnotic pocket watch was brought by a member of the Sisterhood of the Flower. And only Geminis are allowed. Okay, so Geminis. Hypnotic watch was brought by a member of the Sisterhood of Flower. Okay, so we have to find the Gemini. Gemini, Leo, Virgo, Aries. Babyface brought the pocket watch. Is that a location? Does that go with the location as well? No, it doesn't. Okay. It was not permitted to carry pseudo-scientific apparatus in the quaint apartments. So this one was not allowed in the apartments, right? This, yeah. Either Coach Raspberry brought a prayer candle, or Coach Raspberry brought a hypnotic pocket watch. Is a compound with the sisterhood? Is a compound with the sisterhood? It does not say. It does not say. Okay, so we did this one. Coach Raspberry brought the prayer candle because Baby Blueface brought the hypnotic pocket watch. A gray hair was found in the mysterious cave. Gray hair. Gray, blonde, gray, blonde, blonde. Deacon vertebrae was found in the mysterious cave. Is the mysterious cave the one that looks like a onigiri? It is. So that means that's not true. Wait, the Kitschy. That means they were at the Kitschy restaurant. A bent spoon was used to commit this murder. So how a bent spoon? Okay, so Lady Violet could only be here and you here. I mean, stopwatch was here. Suspect had the oh, we don't know this one. We have all the locations now. Yeah. Red boy had the candle, which was at the dining place. And this could only be here. So the person with this one, and then this one, and then this one. So Lady Violet had the spoon at the apartments. Make my accusation. Yes! I told you I'm Nick Cage. I'm Nick Cage at this point. I'm Nick fucking Cage, man. Oh, I want to hide this. Okay. Dean Glaucus, Father Mango, and Viscount Eminence, with the weapons a golden bird, a pair of safety goggles, and a trumpet. But the locations were the in memoriam plaque, the radio station, the parking lot A. Although you determined the murder took place at parking lot A. Okay, so parking lot where? Parking lot A. Okay. Viscount Eminence was childhood friends with the person who brought the golden bird. Father Viscount Eminence. Oh yeah, the purple one. The golden bird is the flamingo one. Golden bird. So that means Viscount Eminence did not have that one. Never set foot in the radio station. This fingerprint was found on the pair of safety goggles. Oops. Father Mango. Oh, shit. That means only you could have had this. I'm guessing I had orange with a trumpet in the parking lot. Alright, sounds good. Yes. But they go to childhood friends. A messenger from Dean Glaucus was seen beside a forgotten plaque. That means you were here. That means the trumpet was at parking lot A. The goggles were at this place and then this place. So it was parking lot A. It was Viscount Eminence with a trumpet. You were close! I think, unless I'm wrong. I'm right! So you were right. You were right with the suspect weapon and the location, but you just weren't right with the person. Yippee! Let's do game duel. It's cooling down in my office. I feel so much better. Daily mode. This is a game. I don't know what game this is. Is this? It's not enshrouded, is it? Fortnite? Oh, it could, no, I don't think this one's Fortnite. I think the Fortnite one looks different. It's not Palia, is it? It was Palia! Let's go! Sunshine. Don't. Ooh, this is a dinosaur game. Jurassic. Ooh. World Evolution. It's a Japanese game. Ooh, who the fuck is that? It's like He-Man? No. Dino. Dino D-Day. Star Wars? But they have a car. And it's Japanese. Licensing group something. I don't know what this is. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Hi, Ghosty! A black man. I don't know what this is.
The water's boiling.
Quest, probably? Hello! Dragon Quest, EverQuest, Fester's Quest, Gargoyle's Quest, King's Quest, Pokemon Quest, Police Quest, Robo Quest, SteamWorld Quest, Hand of Gilgamesh, Titan Quest. Sure. Damn. What the fuck? It's such a white game for such a Japanese company. What? Ka-chow! Cars? It's a mini Cars. What the fuck is this? There's no title. This was like a Jurassic Park thing, though. It wasn't, though. Dino Crisis. The fuck game was this? Cadillacs and dinosaurs? I think a Western property made for Japanese audience. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. This is an Apex character, I think? Or is it the guy from Cyberpunk? What's that guy from Cyberpunk? Oh, big robot man. Atom Smasher is what I'm guessing. Atom Smasher. Oh! We're missing the Cadillac. You would have had it if you had saw the Cadillac, of course. You're right. I mean, I technically did see this, but I didn't know what kind of car it was. I don't know if that's a is that a Cadillac, technically? Cadillac. What the fuck is the first word? What? His name is Atom Smasher. Yeah, I figured. Classic. Oh, yeah, it is a Cadillac. Okay. The more I learn, the more I know. Nice. I just, the texture quality was too nice. Yeah, because the texture quality was so nice. So I knew it had to be like a modern game, but then it's like sci-fi, and there's only a few like modern sci-fi games, I feel like, that would have this amount of detail in it. So, but who knows, maybe I'm just smart. Soundboard, DJ booth, locked doors. I don't know, DJ games? What's that one game? What's that one rap thing? Parappa the Rapper? Parappa the Rapper is what I'm guessing. You need a clap emote? I have a clap sound effect. I have a clap redeem. It's called applause. And then foggy streets, horror comedy, soundboard, DJ booth, locked doors, panic button, foggy. What's the puppet game? What's that one puppet game? Puppet. Puppet Team, Puppet Fever, Puppet Master, Puppet Kings. No, it's like a horror game. Nova played it for a little bit. Like a Sesame Street horror game. Sesame Street. My friendly neighbor. My friendly neighborhood. This DJ booth is throwing me the fuck off, I'm gonna be honest. I need to put this band-aid back on my face or I'm gonna start picking at my face again. Okay. Lock doors, panic button, flying shanty, Five Nights at Freddy's. 4. Vinyl Records live podcast time pressure? Dude, I don't know this. 1 average guess attempts? What do you mean 1 average guess attempts? Locked doors, panic button, Froggy Street Horror Comedy Radio Station Serial Killer. Vinyl Records and a live broadcast? What's that one game I played? Heavy Rain? I don't feel like it's Heavy Rain, but it could be. I feel like it's not. No. There's a police scanner. Murder mystery. Games with soundboards? Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's. Drop mix repo. What the fuck? Locked doors, live broadcast, news bulletin, time pressure, phone puzzles. Is this? This wouldn't be Among Us, would it? Late night shift, emergency calls and fake commercials. Bro, I don't know. Fucking, what's that one game that I played? About being a bouncer. Bouncer game. I fucking forgot. Killer Frequency? Damn, what is this game? I love Team 17. Team 17 is actually really cool. Interesting. This game looks kind of cool. Killer Frequency looks cool. Alright. Papers, please. We'll do papers, please. Pretty dope. That's cool. I might have to try it sometime. Okay, so it has single player. If the game you've chosen is newer than the game you have to guess. Fuck. Need a good baseline for this game, like Wordle. Yeah, but there's so many. I think there's like, for me, there's just too many, like, options about it. Like, I feel like you could do without the game engine and the... I feel like there's too many. There's too much information. It's before 2013. Dude, my memories only started really forming now in 2014, okay? So, like, what the fuck am I supposed to... Nintendogs. Labrador and Friends. But it's still newer. That's crazy. What about Glover? I'm gonna go old. Let's go Glover. So it's between 1998 and 2005. I don't know what games came out. I go off year, perspective, genre usually. Yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. The Sims 2. Sims 2. Fuck. It's too new. Fuck. And it's not the Sims series. Fuck, I don't know. What games came out in 1999? Or 2000? Games that came out in the early 2000s. Really? Oh, I was gonna say Diablo 2. Let's try Diablo 2. God damn. Okay, we got some themes. Horror, fantasy, action. I feel like it's just on PC, though. Is this newer? It's older. It's older. Okay. Late 90s. I think it's a split-screen game. No fantasy. Super Mario World. What about Nintendo, though? It's not Nintendo. Mortal Kombat was released by who? Could it be Mortal Kombat? It could be. Whatever is red minus from the yellow. What? Oh, yeah, no fantasy. I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, not a Nintendo game. What about Half-Life? What about Half-Life? I feel like Half-Life might be a good one. Till I guess. It's like 1999. It's a 1999 game. Team Fortress? I think Team Fortress is newer than that, isn't it? Could be Team Fortress. Team Fortress. I feel like Team Fortress is too new. Is it? Yeah, it's too new. Crash Team Racing. That's what I'm guessing. Crash Team Racing. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean it's older than 1999, but it's new? Wait, what? Up arrow means the game you've chosen is older. So it had to be 1999 or up. Oh, I think I'm reading this wrong. Okay, so it's within 2000, 2004? So I do have to go to the early 2000s. This is an action game? Could be The Legend of Zelda. Well, I don't think that had split screen. Super Mario Galaxy? I have to guess that. No, it's not a Nintendo game. Fuck. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2? Could that be considered? Oh. Modern Warfare 2. Damn it. But it's single player, multiplayer, cooperative, and split screen. And it's also kind of a shooter. The fuck? Grand Theft Auto 4? Grand Theft Auto 4? Is it Halo? We'll try Halo. Wait, which Halo? Halo 3? It could be Halo 3, actually. You might be right. Nope, it was Serious Sam. What? I forgot about this game. I forgot about Serious Sam. Couch Out played one of them. I think they played like Serious Sam like VR. Alright. I have to be fair to New York Times too. And I'll probably play Minecraft. I think it's my plan. So I'm gonna load up Minecraft while we wait. Oh wait, auto check. Wow, Serious Sam is a bit obscure. That's what I'm saying. Breakfast sandwich option? I don't know. From way back when wait. For some reason, I like the mode the most, even though I suck at it. That's valid. I think it like makes you think more about like the different games that there could be and the history of games. So I think like it makes sense. Like much toothpaste. What? First, second, third, but not fourth. First, second, or third, but not fourth. Top, lead, gold. Oh, minty. Ah. Party games with whoa, fuck, what is it called? Oh, fuck, Mafia. Total Legends. I don't remember. Nick Cage. The NBA's Pacers familiarity. I don't know. Fail at stand-up. Oh, icons? Oh, you're right, icons. That's right. I don't fail at stand-up. Bacon. From way back when. I don't know. A bomb? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Fast? I don't know. Base? Oh, first, second, or third, but not... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like first base, yeah. Ofo? From way back when? Ofo? Nope. I don't know this one. Ofo. Oh, I'm guessing. Oh. Ofola? Ofala? Ofolo? Ofoli? What the fuck? From way back when? Dude, I'm too young for this. I'm too young for this, I'm guessing. O-fold? Okay. I'm too young for that one, I think. Lent. Lament. That's lament, isn't it? Limit. Lint. Melt. Milt? Ew! God, not a word in the list! Yes! I'm gonna refresh it. Tile. Pile. Oh, yeah. Hill. Till. Mill. Yes, baby. Line. Nice. Lit? Hi, baby. What's up, better? Hold on, I have to... Okay, I don't know what my cat's doing. Okay, melee. Oh, there's still more. Fillet? I'm thinking of fillet. That's what I'm thinking of. Temp. Oh. Temple. Nipple? Little. Yay! I'm glad we could put nipple. Can I put nipple in here? Aw. Elite. No, I'm kidding. Teach. Okay. Meow. Meow. What the fuck? Rune. Dumpy. Dumpy. Oh! Jumpy. I'm glad we got there from Dumpy. Ow, 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 ow. I popped my ankle. Ow. Wanna hit? Go to Strand's sidekick article if you're stuck with this pop. Nap! Nap time! Oh my god! Snack. Oh. Tired. Oh. I can't believe that worked. Okay, just for the meme of it, eepy. Sleepy. It's probably sleepy head, isn't it? Oh, sleep. Don't help me with this. Don't help me with this. I got this. As the queen of, as the, I don't know. As the queen of sleep. Water, no. Ivy! Fatigued. Spent. Weary. I did it! No hints. I knew all of it because I am an EP queen. I'm a fucking EP queen, bro. I know. I know. All the words were tired. Queen of sleep. Alright. Grab, blow, miss, spoke, tired, duct, waste, fatigue, exhaust, rim, khaki, hose, lose, pipe, hub, camo. Blow, mist, lose, and hose. I mean, you fucked it up, I think. Fuck! Waste? I don't know if these are right. Fatigue, exhaust. No, I think it's tire, like this. What? Fatigue, camo, khaki, drab? What? Camo, khaki, drab, khaki, camo, drab. Fatigue. What the fuck? Military clothing district? Why was that one not purple? Spoke, pipe, tire, rim. No, spoke, rim, tire, drab was the one I was iffy about. Oh, you got it. I think these are like a parts of a car? But I think there's too many. Exhaust, tire, rim, spoke. Hub cap. Spoke, tire, rim, hub. That actually sounds right. Yeah, parts of a wheel. Exhaust, waste, blow, lose. And then duct, miss, pipe, hose? No, that doesn't feel right. Exhaust and waste, I feel like, go together. Miss, lose. Miss, lose, waste, blow. Miss, lose, waste, blow. Miss, lose, waste, blow. Oh! Fail to take advantage of an opportunity. What the fuck is this? Oh! I get it. I get it. I get it. Yep. Makes sense. A lot of them could be mixed together and it was hard for me. Alright, time to play creative Minecraft. Yippee! For probably like an hour or two. Because I want to paint my nails. I want to paint my nails, chat. Unless you want to hang out while I paint my nails. I could do both. I could just chat and paint my nails. Should we do that? I kind of want to do that. Just chatting. Fuck it. We're doing it. I'll put on a YouTube video. Hand cam? You want a hand cam? How would you want a hand cam of it? I guess. Hold on. I don't know if my camera's still set up for it, though. Let me check. Content. I'm gonna show you content, Kiwi. I'm gonna show you content. Okay. I'm not set up for it like I was last time. So it's like, I don't have like proper lighting and stuff. Alright. I don't know, I guess we can just talk. I'll put a stim video up on the screen. Alright, and the hand cam, bro. I'm gonna plug in my camera. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hide my screen really quick to make sure it all looks okay. Are you wearing pants? Oh shit. No, I'm having a blinking on my lap. Oh, blinking on my lap is not gonna matter. You're not gonna see it. You're not gonna see it. It wasn't even framed last time. This one. Okay, just keep going down, camera. I never wear pants in my own home. That's silly. Okay. My lighting is like bad though. I'm gonna make fun of my fat, chubby hands. I have chubby hands. I have chubby little Asian hands. Okay, I guess this is fine. You're gonna like see my screen, I guess. It doesn't really matter, does it? Do I even have that thing on my thing still? I don't think I do. Okay. Video capture device. It says I do. Whoa, that was big. I'll put it like in the corner. I would never make fun of someone's weight. Your paleness. I'm not pale! I'm not, god damn it, I'm not pale. You're about to make me fight you, Kiwi. I'm not pale. This is my skin tone. You see that? Is that pale to you? Is that pale to you? That's like some... You color pick that. Color pick my hand. Color pick my hand. Alright. Alright. Hi, everybody. Oh my god! Wait. You guys want to see the frog that Pixels printed for me? Look. Look. He's gonna do the thing. He's got fat rolls. He sculpted him to have fat rolls. He's got fat rolls. It's great. I make fun of you unless it was for everyone. Okay, that's valid. I mean, you can make fun of me, I guess. Just don't be mean about it. Don't be actually mean about it. Okay. You guys can't see the stem video. Here you go. Here's your stem video. Okay. Hi! I'm painting my nails. I have it's like a holographic color. It's like oil slick. It's like my fate. Hold on, I'll turn the light up. Vocal stem. Okay, hold on. No one's redeemed vocal stem today.
Croissant!
Croissant! Shiny, yeah. This is it. I'm like trying to get a good angle of it, but it's kind of hard. Oh. I don't know. Yeah, it's cool. It's called, Mischief? Yeah, it's cool. It's by Hollow Taco. You got my mouse on the screen. Okay. I wanna paint my nails. Because I don't think I'll have time to tomorrow. I don't know if I can do this with you guys watching. Like, I usually do this a lot closer to my face. Also, I know nail polish usually smells kind of bad, but the nail polish from Hollow Taco is actually really nice. I quite like the smell of it, to be honest. I don't know if that's weird or not. I don't know if they, like, make it smell different or anything. I actually don't think it does. I actually don't know, though. It's like, I should have shook it. I didn't shake it. Like, the consistency is kind of ass. That's my fault. Alright. There you go. Oh my god, this is like hard because I want my nail to face me, but like... Okay, wait. Can you guys see it? I don't know if you guys can see this. I've been taking really good care of my nails as of late. They usually chip around this length and then I just reset them because I can't give a fuck. They've been doing really good. And so, trying to take better care of them. There's something that spawned in Minecraft and it scared the fucking shit out of me. I'm painting my nails, so I have to have absolute concentration with what I'm doing. I feel like Kiwi stopped typing because he's color picking my hand. This is gonna go terribly for the right hand, though. It always goes bad for my right hand. Okay, made it home and took a shower. How was your shower? Did you have a good shower? I hope you had a good shower. I guess I could put my hand, like, flat on the table, actually. I have to turn on my lamp, though. Okay. I can't see, like, the far side of my nail, though, so this is, like, still hard. Okay, you guys can see if I, like, hold it, like, here. Okay. It was good, I'm glad. I'm maybe distracted by the stars. No, that's valid. That's why I put it up on stream. Honestly, it's kind of giving me vertigo to see the stars in the background while trying to very hard concentrate on my nails. Because I'm getting, like, I feel like there's depth happening here. There's not. My brain's going, what? Okay. First base coat. How the fuck do girls do this? First base coat done. I used to put, like, a base coat on my nails, or, like, a long-lasting one. But then it fucking died. It, like, dried up, and I was sad. So I can't use that anymore. Shake, 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 shake. And then I had a top coat. I had a top coat that... It was just a clear top coat by Essie, which is one of, like, the popular brands. And, like, I accidentally did a top coat when my nails weren't done. and they were red, so I just got red in it and just fucking fucked it up. This is so hard with my left hand. Trying to be dainty. Don't mind if I go trying to grab out these duels. You go for it. You're fine, Hookah. We're all here in spirit. I'm like the TV show you put on the background that you pay attention to sometimes. And honestly, if anybody ever said that to me, I would be honored, because I understand that it might sound like kind of insulting, but like to me, that is comfort. You know, when you're putting on something in the background and you can just vibe with it, and it's like a vibe and it's helping you vibe out, like to me that's like the biggest compliment. That one's like fucked. That one like got fucked up. Oh well. I found out nail polish actually lasts a lot longer than I thought it did, because like I was watching these like nail polish like restoration videos, and I found out like nail polish can actually like be restored. You join the likes of comfort show binging. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yes. Except I'm a little bit more rare because the fun part is getting to talk to me. And also I feel like the VODs just aren't as fun to watch as just like hanging out live. So you want to see the episode when it airs, you know? Okay, that one's like okay. But yeah, I found out if you just use like nail polish thinner. On my current setup in the fridge. Hold on, I'm drying my nails. I have like a fan that's like right there, right over there, off my. It's a standing fan. I use it to dry my nails. Fuck yes! I love that. That's awesome. I feel so special. I feel so special. Okay, I think I can do the second coat on my nails now. On my left hand. I gotta shake this up again though. I'm trying to think of anything cool to show you guys. I read it, so I have like these little like containers at my desk that like are little like shelf containers, I guess, or like mini, and they like hold like buttons and beads and bits and bobs. But because I'm going hiking, I was like, I need like a little adventuring kit. So I have this like little like, it's like a tackle box thing, and I was gonna like fill it with like cotton swabs, other things I've already forgotten. I had like a list. I think I was gonna do like some plastic baggies, so if I wanted to take rocks or leaves or plants home, I could. Just tuned back in and hand reveal. I hand revealed before when we were painting squigs, but it was hard because they were tiny. But yeah, I'm painting my nails because I want to paint my nails. Because, like, I was gonna paint my nails during D&D, but since we don't have D&D today, I was like, oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do this. Chad said we could hang out and talk and do it now, so that's what we're doing. Free some snacks to help you cool, like grapes or fruit snacks. You were painting squids? I did. Hold on. It's on YouTube. Oops. What was it? Micropene reveal when? Who said that? Is crazy. Where is it? See next size game. It was before this. Next page? I bet we paid him like $6 million to show my micropene on the internet, by the way. Just saying. What the fuck is it? It was after Schedule 1. That was the Schedule 1 video. South of midnight? Is it? It's sooner than this. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? There it is. is it? Yeah, see, look, it's me. My hands are fucking blown out. Don't call me pale. I ain't pale. I even when I was going to the pool, I went and like tan for a little bit. Because Kiwi called me fucking pale. Which is very interesting, the more I thought about it, because it's like Asians want to be pale. They protect themselves from the sun, almost like going out of their way to do so. And it's like, I went to go tan. So I was like, fuck you, Kiwi. Fuck you, Kiwi, specifically. I didn't stay out in the sun as a little kid for nothing. Yeah, get that vitamin D. Okay. True though. Really slowly. I should go this slow when I'm using my left hand. I just don't. Because I'm not left hand smart. I'm right hand okay. You know? My hands are shaking. Stop wigging out, bro. Okay, I'm gonna do my thumb. Haha, you look pale, lie. Hi, Shadow. Thank you for the head pat. I remember when I hand revealed pixels just to show Kiwi I wasn't pale. I'm surrounded by Southeast Asian islands. Of course, you'd be pale for me. I'm not that pale though. I'm not that pale though. Like this side of my arm sure is pale. That's so hard to see. I'm just saying my hands aren't pale. I think this is looking okay. I don't know if it is not thick enough. I'm gonna have to do another coat. How I like test if it's like dark enough is I put my hand up to the light, and if I can see the paint streaks through the light. Hi Oso. I do another layer. Last time I painted my nails black. Getting hand reveal. Yeah, hi. I'm painting my nails because Kiwi asked for hand cam. So that's what we're doing. That was a lot of nail polish. The most flavor I had in my ancestry is maybe Mongolian because of my Russian side. That's cool though. I got South Korean. That's all I got. I'm a purebred baby. But I got that mutt energy because I was raised in America. Even though my family's just straight up Korean. God, this like is not like, I think it's like, it looks good like down here, like at this angle, but it's kind of like when you like put it up to the light, it's like not that thick. And when I was doing the black, like, cause like the really nice thing about like the black nail polish I have is like they did their best to like make it like a one coat kind of black kind of thing. And like I did 2 coats and it was just like sheer darkness on my nails. But I think they didn't like formulate the other ones like that for multiple reasons, but still. I'm like All Might, but instead of All Might, I'm all white. That's fucking crazy. I mean, that's a fun way of putting it. Hey man, what nationality are you? Hey, well, you know, I'm kind of like All Might from the anime My Hero Academia, but instead of All Might, I'm just all white. Dude, that'd be like that'd be great way to start a conversation with someone. I am clear. That's how Pixels feels sometimes. Because you can just see, like, his veins pretty clearly, and mine are, like, kind of, like, they're, like, there. You can kind of see my veins, but not really. Michigander. Alright. I gotta wait for my nails to dry now. So I don't know if I want to do another coat or not. Because, like, from this angle, they look good, I think. But then, like, if I look them up in the light, it's like, ew, like, see-through much? And so, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do another coat or not. I might just for good measure, but I don't know. Oh, my neck. Oh! Excuse me. Waiting for my nails to dry, nails to dry, nails to dry. Waiting for my nails to dry, cause they are fucking wet. Oh dear, oh golly, oh my. I like you can see that what I'm blowing on my nails, cause my mouth moves. Okay. I don't know if it's this. That's pretty dry. I mean, it's not the driest. It's like at a level where, like, if I fuck it, like, I could bump into something and I'll fuck it up. I think I'm gonna do one more layer just to make sure it's all. I should have checked this. Because I should put, like, a little bit of, like, nail polish thinner in this guy, but I just don't. I just don't. Oh, you guys not gonna keep. I just fuck with my nail. Fucking. Just, like, a little bit, but the third coat will fix it. You guys have my keyboard. Isn't it cute? It's got the cookies from the cookie tin. Don't forget the clear coat for protection. I don't know if I'll do I think my clear coat's fucked up though. When I did my nails black, I didn't put on a clear coat because I don't. I think my clear coat might be fucked up. I'll check. I'll check though. Dude, oh my god, if we were like at a convention and I had a booth, like, maybe I could like have a little thing where I paint people's nails. Like, nothing fancy, because like, I don't have that kind of skill, but like, it'd be kind of cute if I could just like paint your guys' nails, and like, we'd all have matching nails. It'd be kind of cute. I got my nails done, but I hate doing them because of the smell. No, that's valid. Yeah, no, Pixels does not like the smell either, so I like try to hide it in my office and then make sure they're fully dry. Well, one thing is mini-vaca means mini cow in Spanish. Really? That's cute. That's cute. I didn't know that. Mini cow. I was considering putting in my title like last stream before mini vacation, like it's staycation, because I'm not even going that far. Like, I'm going an hour away from where I live. But it's kind of like, I don't know, like, I won't be at my computer. I will be very much in living in the nature mode. I don't know if I did my first finger. I think I did. Vacation is vacation. Yeah. I love having painted nails. Even the smell is good. I just work in a kitchen, so I'm shit out of luck. No, that's valid. I do like, I kind of like the smell too. Vacation is vacation. Hope you're doing good, Elaine. I am. How are you doing? How are you doing with the stomach flu? You okay? Are you dying? Are you in the hospital? Are you okay? I've never had the stomach flu before, so I hope you're doing okay. I feel like this isn't as dry as I want it to be. We're starting another coat, but I think it'll be okay. It'll be okay. It's got a lot of paint. Much better, still on a diet. Oh, do you have to do that, like, what's it called? That one diet where it's like bread, bananas, and rice? The brat diet. Bananas, rice, apples, I think, and toast. I think is the stomach one. Ooh. I was gonna see how I fuck up my right hand because I'm not really good with my left hand. There we go. Alright. I will wait for these to dry. Like chicken with rice or noodles, that's understandable. Ginger ale will 1000% help. I do like ginger ale. My roommate really likes ginger ale. He likes ginger flavored anything though, to be fair. You know, a funny thing about my hands is often, like, this is a resting position, but it's actually, my hands are always hyperextended. And, like, sometimes it, like, makes stuff hard, like crocheting. It's, like, all like, when I hold my, like, thread, my finger goes like this, and it fucking locks up and it hurts. But tomorrow I'll probably be all good. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad it's not gonna be, like, a week-long thing. Now I'm just working on finishing another commission with sexy cowboys. Ooh, fun. We like sexy cowboys. I don't know how long I should wait. I don't like waiting. To be fair, the nail polish dries pretty fast though. Bloop, 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 bloop. Champagne is on again. Yeah, it's probably around the time I would be doing it in D&D. Alright, let me see if I can gently look at my clear coat. That I'm pretty sure is fucked. Oh yeah, this bitch is fucked. Look at this. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. This shit should be free flowing in the bottle. Look at that. I have fucked it. It's even purple. I think I might have painted my nails blue at one point and then dipped it in there because it wasn't done drying, and now it's just stuck. This is actually kind of pretty. The color is kind of pretty. It's like this like clearish purplish, but like, yeah, no, this top coat is fucked. Yeah, he is not moved a single inch. What if I wiggle him? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. He ain't moving, chat. I don't think we're gonna be able to do a top coat today. I think we're just gonna be a basic base coat bitch. Because I'm lazy. And I also don't have money to get a new top coat. Dry yet, you think? They're mostly dry? This guy is still tacky, though. My hand's still tacky. So we gotta wait. And the nice thing is I'm already gonna be on the computer. So, like, we're probably not gonna fuck them up. Which is awesome. I think that you need it. I don't feel it now. But you don't see it. You're not coming round. You love me. Come and say it now. Is it good now? Still kind of tacky. Woo. No, I fucked it! Oh my god. This always happens. I'll always fuck up my nails at least like once, especially on my thumbs, I feel like. It's fine. I kind of like melded it back together. I don't know if you can see it. You see it? Not really, okay. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for it to dry a little bit longer. This one's my water bottle. It's my water bottle that I modeled. It's a cow sticker. It has this cat on it with its little fairy cat, and then it has a banana cat on it. Why is the TTS not? TTS disabled. What? Wait, I got you.
Your nails are so pretty, Mom.
Wait, is that how we fix the thing? Is that how we get him to say really long things? Spooky.
Boogie.
No. What the fuck? So you'll say... Okay, so wait. You say ooh?
Ooh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Ah.
Ah. Ah. Oh.
Ow.
Ow. He doesn't say the full ah. He'll say all the O's. What about B's?
B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B.
What about
Ah.
C's? Oh.
C C C C C C C.
C C C C C C C.
D D D D D.
D D D D D. That was cute.
A A A.
Oh, we'll do 4 A's. About 8 A's.
Ah.
Okay, so he breaks after like.
A A A.
Yeah, he breaks after like 4.
B B B B.
B B B.
D D D D.
What about E's?
E.
E is just E.
F F F F F.
F F F F F. Or G.
G G G G G.
H's.
H H H H.
I's.
Phi. 07 07 07 07 07 07 07 07 07 07 07 07 07 07.
So if you break it up, okay. So what if we did like ah ba 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 ba.
Abba ba 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 ba.
Ah ba 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 ba.
Abba ba ba ba.
Ah ba 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 ba. That's so cute. Oh, I fucking love that. Ah ba 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 ba.
Abba ba ba ba.
Ah ba 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 ba. Dude, I fucking love that. Ah ba 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 ba.
Abba ba ba ba.
Ah ba 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 ba. Ah ba 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 ba. That's cute. So he'll extend some letters, but he really only likes the 4. All right. Like my resting hand. This is how I rest. Ah ba 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 ba. Ah ba 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 ba. Fucking get out of here. Get out of here, ad. All right. No more hand cam. My hands are done. My hands are done now. Time for Minecraft. I also have to fix my light because it's fucking bright. There we go. Let me get warm. Okay. I'll move my camera back. Oh my god! Abba ba ba ba! Abba ba ba ba!
Abba ba ba ba.
Abba ba 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 ba! Fuck yeah, dude. So this is the... Do I have shaders on? I do. This is the Minecraft server right now. Last night, I was like, so this is Wacky's Fish and Chip Shop. New vocal stem unlocked? I know. Abba ba ba ba. Abba ba 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 ba. Abba ba 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 ba. Freedom! Hi, quits! But everyone can have, like, a plot that's, like, this size now. Is my plan. I think. I'm, like, trying my best to figure out how to, like, plant some of these. Yeah, dude. Go this way. Abba ba 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 ba. Abba ba 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 ba. That's gonna be stuck in my head all day long now. Abba ba 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 ba. Abba ba 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 ba. I feel like this is like one too far forward. It is. Vroom vroom. Transtown, we will rebuild. I hope so. I'm really invested in seeing Transtown, to be honest. I hate that it does that. Mr. Crab, I need you to move. I will not have the same thing happen to you as what happened to Mr. Krabs, okay? There. To the rhythm. She's a prison. Beautiful night. We're just gonna cover that up. I'm gonna cover this up. I think I'll leave the trees here, though, in case, like, the person that builds on this plot wants them. I got better, but maybe I didn't. Ba 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 ba. I love this song. Dun, 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 dun. Devouring's on here. Oh my god. Wait, did Devouring get on? Devouring got on while I was painting my nails. Makes sense. Broom. Oh, always sing a song. Mood. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's supposed to be the fairy thing. Run, it's the fuzz. Device. Hello? Hello? There you go. All the time, beg of you, don't go wasting your emotions. Hey, it's Vex. Welcome on in. I will remove this. Oh, Angel Core. I want destruction core. There you go. Don't quit, I got you. You guys having a fucking what's it called? What's it called? What are those called? A fucking highway chase or something? In my chat? Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Get in there. Okay, bye. He didn't get in the plot in time, so now he's not allowed in. Wasting your emotions, lay all your love on me. Reading Huzz, I'm in the game now. Welcome to Spawn. You cannot break anything in Spawn, but if you get out of Spawn... Wait, where are you? You're not even here. You're not even here. Oh. I thought you were here. No, Mr. Krabs, you're not allowed in anymore. Oh my god, chat, I don't wanna... Oh wait, I should do it like... out though, shouldn't I? Maybe not. I don't know. Motions. I like that one being there. I want like one like up here though. I think. Yeah. Motions. One over. Like. I feel like it would be better. Well, now I'm at spawn. Oh, did you die? Oh. Well, welcome to spawn. Wherever. Are you up in the tree? Did it put you up in the tree? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, your skin's so cute! Alright. Have fun at your grave. You're by my camp. Yeah, your camp is... Your camp... Oh, yeah, you spawn there? Okay, then I gotta move the spawn then. You just move the spawn, like... I guess, like, right here. Set world spawn. Yoo. Oh. I got you. Orb. Where are you? Where are you? And go. go. Hi, Pixels. How's it going? I kind of want to rotate this one, I think. I want to rotate this one this way. Yeah. And then, like... Like this way a little bit? Yeah. Yeah! Yeah, I like that. I had some good breakthroughs on the shit I was dying over. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad that that went well. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Go. Oop. I lost my magnet. I don't know where my magnet went. My magnet. So I get really lazy and I don't want to pick up all the stuff that I break, but it makes the server laggy. Or it will if I don't pick up my stuff. Alright, cool. Here's my break for a small wrap up on stuff for Artie. On some stuff for Artie before I abandon him. Understandable. You're not abandoning him for long, though. You're only abandoning him for a weekend. To be fair. And to be fair, he should also be taking a break. Else he's gonna get burnt, and that's not good for anybody. Okay. Think... do a path like this. One, two. Do it like this. God damn it. Rose. Sorry, Mr. Rose. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm gonna go to like this tree. Oh god. Okay, well, whoever builds there is gonna get a neat little surprise. Of water. True, we just need to finish a couple of guides so that we can give them to you, pay you to do stuff with, so we can see if how much art we need. Yeah. Understandable. I think this will be cute for something. I don't know what. Like, someone could do something with this. I feel like this is, like, too narrow. I think I fucked this up. Oops. Fairies are gonna hate me. I am just gentrifying their area. That is all I am doing. In a few weeks, I have time. Hi, Vex. Oh, fuck. It's what I want to believe in. Lane falls in a circle. Well, that's not my problem. Covers it up. Yes, sir. Landlord special. Hey, listen, you guys are getting a lot of property value, okay? These things used to be like 5x4. And I was gonna have you guys make little market stalls. But now I'm giving you like 13x18. And this has drastically changed how I'm going to do this area. Not that that's a bad thing by any means. I'm just saying. I wouldn't mind if the marketplace extended to out here, though. I think is my plan. Question to address. Try and stop the fire. Understood. What is it? Do I try anything? Oh, fuck. You don't want to be alone. Yeah. Do we still have those blocks that copy textures? Copycats, yeah. I do want to try copycats like here. I want to see if like this will do what I think it will. What? What? Can I not take the... I can't. Ah! That sucks. That sucks. That's not what I was hoping. Hey. Try crouching? Okay. It's not working. It's not working, Vex. It's not working. God damn it. I think it's the height. Yeah, I think it's because like it's like one down or whatever. Wait, but like, what the fuck is hay? Rich hay? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think hay might look kind of cute though. Hay does not look cute, or at least this one doesn't. It kind of gives like dead grass vibes, but I think we could just some shit in my inventory. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Let me. Aw. Aw. No. I'm 6 feet from and ew. Okay. About Tripodzle. Oh shit, I need that. Podzle's not bad, but then I had to change everything to Podzle. That's kinda cute though. I don't know what I wanna do. Wait, hold on. Because eventually they'll match this. I think is my plan, so I think I could just take course dirt. Damn it. God damn it. Hold me now. I mean, that's not the worst. Could be worse. So, I think it'll be fine for now. I'll think of more things later. No. I'm 6 feet from the edge. Oh, this is wrong pool. My magnet. God damn it, I lost my magnet again. Okay, in exchange for procrastinating and hopping on the server, I'll do a late night writing stream. Woo! Isn't far down 6 feet by 6 feet? What? What? Alright, and then I think I want like another one, but I want it like rotated. Is this far back enough from this one though? It isn't. Do it like that. One more back. Well, it's kind of like encroaching upon it though. Oh no. I think this could be okay, actually. I think this could be okay, actually. Okay, and then move it over. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Altair. Oops. Oh, this much. It's a singular boop. And another a la boop. Are you using the wand because of the greater command murder? The great command murder? That's what the magnet is for. That is what the magnet is for. The magnet is so I don't do the great command kill again. I think I should have scooted that over. Can I fit another one here? Mainly using the wand because I'm lazy. I think I should have done it like that. And then 2, 3, 4. Scooted this over 4 actually. Yeah, actually, yeah. And then wait. Wouldn't they be butt to butt though? I did that? Yeah, they'd be butt to butt if I did that. You know what? This plot is gonna have some tree on it, I think. I think is my plan. I think I'm gonna move it over 2 more though. Yeah. So this plot has a tree. And then we're gonna fix the mess. God damn it, I lost my magnet. Oh wait, no, it's in this. All this up. Alright, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god, it's Nate. You think 10 stores is enough? I think 10 stores is enough for now. Maybe? I don't really know. I don't know what I'm doing, chat. Just kind of doing a thing. I'm gonna have to, like, level this out a bit. What is this murder that Kiwi speaks of? I was trying to destroy every dropped item that was on the floor. And I actually did the /kill command without the, like, identifier that it should be an item. And so I killed everyone and everything on the server. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta wait for people to build first and then we can expand sections. Yeah, you right. Because right now, I think 10 shops for now. Wait, like everything? I don't think everything, but I think in chunks that were loaded, yes. Because I wasn't near Kiwi or Ghosty, and it killed both of them, and it killed the original villagers in Ghosty's Frog Town, so I had to respawn them. So, I think if you were in a loaded chunk of the world, yes, is the response to that question. It was an accident, and I didn't I didn't know. It was an accident. Excuse me, sir. You're in my way. Actually, you guys can't even hear the game sound that realize. That's funny as fuck, yeah. Oops. Oh. She probably also doesn't like the smell of my nails, so they just do my nails. My chatter would stream and did a hint from them who made my nails. Yeah. I'm not good with my left hand. Damn. I feel judged. I think the other ones has gotten cleaned up as I like bumped it on other things. Moira is an upsetty bean. I think that's pretty good. Just gotta fill this out. Yeah. Oh, I missed a singular block. Oh, now I've missed 3. I want this to be rounded out a bit. Oh, just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That feels beba. Beba. I think I'll leave everything else kind of the way it is, I have a feeling. Like, that is how I feel. There's so many feral hogs. Is that slang for pee-pee? Yeah, get that out of there. Alright, cool. No, these hogs are mauling me. What the fuck? That's a skeleton. This is a baby skeleton. Oh! Do you have the magical key vex? Make it stop raining. And now it's becoming daytime. Magical key, if you level up Corral Tombstone enough, you can teleport to your grave. The key that you get to unlock your grave becomes magical, and you can TP back to it by just holding right click. Oh, they're burning. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, it's a nice to have. Go back. Which is This way. Oh, there's a dragon. Is that a dragon? Oh, that's how a dragon went for a second. There is a dragon. Okay. I think he's stuck, though. And another dragon. Oh, Jesus. There are like 3 around here? That is valid. Oh, is it snowing? Oh, I don't want it to snow again. Why must it snow every time I play? I want it to snow. How will work his answers on the road. Okay. Hi, Momo Bean. Alright, time to start fencing. Meow. Why are you mad, baby? Actually, I want to be like a... Oh my goodness, is that how you feel? Is that really how you feel? I'm sorry. I don't know why you're feeling this way. You have food and water, and you were fed today, and you got play, and you've gotten snuggles. I don't see the problem here, baby. It only makes me stronger. You to hurry up now. I'm waiting much longer. I actually might leave this spot open. And then continue it here. Noise. I should actually make a freestone here. I have to update critters and crawlers. What? Did I not add that in the pack? No, I must have. Wait, what? Wait, what? People getting on a server not telling me these things. Y'all need to tell me these things. If I forget an update. God damn it. Did I forget? Oh! What do you mean? I'm on version 2.22. And the server's on 2.24. Okay. Okay. God damn it. Okay. I guess I'll fix that with the next update. Because everyone that's playing's already fixed it. So I'll fix it in the next one. I don't really want to do a hotfix update just to fix that right now. Little pound. Bye, little pound. Aww. The otter ate a clamshell and now he's just vibing. Oh, wait, food. That's what makes us stronger. That's just don't do that. The pixel heavy building mods? We did not. We still have those because I still want to make things with it. But they'll be like very small things. They're not going to be big, large things. And I think I was the only one that was really using it anyway. Yeah, like a little code opening here. Open you on. So we just met. It's crazy. Yeah. There's a cougar and not a MILF. I'm sorry. We don't have MILF mods. But you could probably make Mothman a MILF if you want. Probably. Maybe. I don't know if we have Mothman. I hope we do. It'd be unfortunate if we didn't, to be honest. Jenny mod when? Never. Probably never. Probably not in this lifetime. Probably. If I had to guess. If I had to throw like a wild presumption of when. Oh, maybe for like, I don't know, $200. Maybe for like $200. Come back to this. Boop. You were there. Oh baby, I wasn't supposed to know. Something wasn't right here. Oh, it's bass. I thought that was something spooky. Tell me how you want it to be, baby. I'll be down. Loneliness is killing me inside. I still believe. If do I lose my mind, give me a sign. Baby. Ooh. There's a cow. There's a cow in here. Well, you're my cow now. It's killing me. Still believe, no, if you, I lose my mind. You feel so. If you made me one more time. Boop. I kind of want to remove this. I think sorry if that lagged the server. Cat slippers, I have extras. Oops. No, I want bunny slippers. I bet you got them from the dungeons, huh? That's cool. I know I still want you. Roller skates. Ooh. I lose my mind. Okay, well these should all be like one lower, but it's okay. So there's like a painting right here. I don't understand. Is it? We Wait, they say what you gonna say? Have a drink, like down the blah blah. Bad bitch like me, it's come back. Let's go get it on. It's on, let's get it on. Do this back one. I don't know how far this goes, so I'm just gonna break it by hand. No need to zone this area off. It's all a communal area. I don't know what I will do with that spot there. There feels like there could be a good bit of room here for things, but you know. Oh my god, that was lightning. Oh my gosh. Why? Why? So close to my face. Okay. So, I think we've marked off the marketplace. We go around here. And then we make kind of like a straight cut here, I think. Damn, look at that. Jesus. This is the mining. Maybe I want to play merchants. I don't know if I wanna, though. I don't know. I could start making the fence over there, though. Fences are here. The fence will eventually have to connect the apple orchard walkway to this edge of town. So. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Onto the bridge, let it by. Stairs. I don't care. I love it. Oh, oh. Oh shit. There we go. I don't care. There's a witch here. Witch! Oh damn, this is just a straight up cavern. Oh, that's cool. I'm just gonna annex you out of here, ma'am. Oh, Jesus Christ, her laugh scared me. Shut up. No, no, no. No, you are being gated out. Witches are not allowed in our gated community unless you are of the nice kind, and you, I know, are not of the nice kind. Yeah, what are you gonna do now, Bitchard? Here, we're gonna make some food. Have go food. Have go food. Have go food. There you go. I think, what the fuck happened to that tree? You know what? Not my problem. Not my. There's a bunch of sheep over. Oh, there's a village right here? What? I don't know why I didn't realize that. Can't see. It's too dark. There you go. Fuck yeah, we're slowly building it out. Oh. Kiwi, no! What the fuck are you holding? Hammer! I want your hammer. More pass for Sanic, BRB, no problem. We'll be here. Enjoy your Sanic. What was that? Aw, he didn't drop his thing. I want to sanction this part off too. I want this part too. Okay, sanction it all. This mine is also part of the homestead because I say so. Actually, I don't know if that is a play. Okay. How deep into the earth does it say it's claimed land? Oh, okay. So once you guys come down here, it's... Oh. Oh, I mean, it's not that much, to be fair, of the cave that is indestructible, it seems. What about here? Okay. Like... Okay. Okay, so no, the mine will be mine. Okay. Because I know some people like to just start mining instead of doing anything else first to get gear, so I want to be able to give people a mine system at the start. What the fuck is that? What is this? Oh, it's a villager camp. Okay. There is an unhappy ending. Okay, so now I just gotta follow the path from this divot, I guess? To that tree. So here. Oh, but I do want to go. Oh, this is like awkward. Ah, not really, actually. I can cure your disease. What are these? Lemon tree! Ooh. Alright, I think that's everything. I don't like this. Am I wrong? I am wrong. Let's see. Oh. Oops. I'm playing. Oops. I'm playing. Yeah. Okay. Now I think the only side that needs it is this side, which I think I'll just go straight, maybe? Joyride, joyride, looking for a good time. Oops, tonight. I'm on fire, getting music for that joyride. Alright, boys on the road. Oh, but I'm bored of wearing clothes. Want kids? Well, I am mother. Oh. Oh. Yep. There you go. Looking for a good time. Noise, I think it is all fenced off now, except for like a hole that's like right here because I want it to be a hole. We're all sanctioned off. Fucking great. I think I might change how this fits though. Hey, Mr. Cow. Oh, Mr. Enderman. Hey. What kind of fruit trees? Is it just an apple tree? Oh. I like that the fruit hanging off plants will usually just stay. I think it's fun. Okay, I want orchard seeds. I don't have them. Just want more trees. Here. Oh, okay. Well, I don't like the skinny orchard trees. I always hope that it's like the thicky ones, but they're sometimes just the skinny ones, and then I'm sad. It was my computer lagging? Not really. Go, 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 hold on. Yeah. On my controller. Okay. Oh shit, my mouse has been on the screen this entire time. But. Oh, let me hide my tail because it's actually like huge. Okay. I want a cow plush. Can I have a cow? Cow. Plushy buddies. Can I put the cow on my head? I think you can have like a cow hat. Palm tree. Flower. Carrot on a stick is funny. Fruit cake. I want the spud back, I think. So I had a spud on the last server. Used to wear them all the time. Teddy bear. Oh. Do I want teddy bear or do I want the spud? Where is he? Oh god. Oh, Pinky. Villager knows. Oh, there he is. Potato. Oh, potato. Yeah. I don't know if I want the leaf or if I want the... I think I want the bread one. Okay. The fuck? Sonic has a pickle-rita? That sounds kind of gross. The things you said that you My eyes are getting so eepy. That's the thing. When am I not eepy? That's the real question, you know? You know what I'm saying? I'm actually excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow it starts the vacation, but also I get to bake some new recipes. I'm gonna make like blueberry mochi cookies, which I've never made mochi before, so that'll be interesting. I hope it tastes good. The biggest thing is that I hope it tastes good. I don't know if I should make like safety rails. Maybe I should. I'll cover it up over here a bit. I want people to fall off near the marketplace. That sounds like getting sued. Or to fall in that lava. That also sounds like getting sued. That sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. There you go. Yeah. This is a spruce fence. What other kind of spruce fences we got? We do like barbed wire. What the fuck? Yeah, let's do barbed wire. Spruce fence. No joke. What the fuck? Is this a gate? Is that a curved gate? What? Oh! Is this like a 2? Oh! It's a 2-door! It's a 2-door! Fuck yeah. Oh my god, my penis. Oh my god, my penis is so hard. Yeah, no falling down here. No falling happening on my watch. Yes. Yes. Indeed. Indeed, chat. And then maybe you guys will jump over it anyway and be like, Elaine, why'd you put a barbed wire fence that made me want to jump over it? And I'll be like, tried my best with my landlord amount of funds. This looks so dangerous. Barbed wire. Don't jump in the pits. Maybe I'll think of something more creative, but for now, as good as we're getting. Ooh, that is a hole. Not a problem anymore. I need this to back the fuck up. Well, I guess if you guys jump off from here, you know, it's really not my fault, you know? I feel, in my personal opinion. Honestly, I think I could have ended it. Well, I think I could end it here. Because, like, at this point, if you're coming all the way around to just jump in the cavern, you might as well have it. I think. Actually? Actually curious how this would look. Actually, I don't mind that. I gotta break this whole thing. Look now. Inspiration. Let's see. I don't actually know if I like this, to be honest. It doesn't, like, I don't want to be like, I don't know. There definitely should be like a bridge somewhere, I think. No, it's a sweet episode. Is this necessary, actually? We just need it bigger. Alright. This is unnecessary. Yeah. I remember the other thing I want to do. But I don't know if I want to do it right now. Because that would be a lot of work. Yeah, I think that's better. What the fuck? What the, okay. I have a lantern. Just, excuse me, just, I need you to, okay. Well, this is not what I wanted. Well, I mean, kinda don't wanna trap you in a hole. Because then you might, you know, PETA and stuff. So I think if you just go down there, I think it might be better. You just go down there. Yeah. Just, okay, bye. not right. Not my problem anymore. Dog. Filling up small holes. As we should. Oh, is this just like a tiny island? Like is. We can kind of keep it. Okay. I think. I don't know if I want to. You know what? Let's play a bit of Peak. I think that's my plan. I'm gonna play a little bit of Peak. I'm gonna play a little bit of Peak. 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 See how far I can get. See how far I can get. And then we'll probably get off for the night. If they don't miss you guys. More ababa, yeah. More ababa. What the fuck? I thought I felt something on my arm. It spooked me. Land grab. They really made a studio or like a. Oh! It crashed. Oh. Okay. Very well made game. To be honest, I'm very interested in the fact that I get so many bugs in this game, yet, it's such a it's played a lot. Okay. Well, it crashed again. Properties. Maybe I didn't update it, but then how could I play it? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I want to play the Will Peak. Oh my god, why is it taking so long to update? What? It says 2 minutes remaining, bro. My friend's doing. Already's on VUP chat. Favorite VTubers?
Our peek a peek a baba.
A beeg a bee, a beeg a bee, a ba 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 ba, a ba 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 ba, a ba ba. Oh, Roshan looks so comfy. Oh my god! That's amazing. I love that. That's so cool. Are you done yet? Are you done yet? 52% complete. I need my vocal stem.
Abba-ba-ba-ba-bob.
Abba-ba-ba-ba-bob. Abba-ba-ba-ba-bob. Oh, he said like a static background. I didn't realize. Moth. Moth. I have to mention that I do it. Abba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Abba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I just want to play Peak. A little bit of Peak. A little bit of Peak. Moth. Yes, it was Moth. Very cute Moth. Moth, Moth, Moth. Mothman. I'm so slow, so slow. I'll put that moth in my mouth. Don't put moths in your mouth. You don't know where some moths have been. It won't be good for you. Keep bugs out of your mouth. Probably should take time to learn peek. You just have to learn patience. I've learned that you just have to be patient. You know? Bat behavior. True. Will it load this time? If it crashes, I don't know what I'll do. I don't know what I'll do because I don't want to stop streaming just yet. And it's a new map. Hey Lane, should I use green onions or red onions in my tomato soup? Green onions, I think. I hope that's the right choice. Alright, let's go! I wanna go. Let's go. Whee! There's a little guy. Alright, let's go. Defaults. Tenderfoot peak. Okay. Mine goblins are like toddlers where everything— yeah. Everything go in mouth. That's a very valid statement. Everything do go in mouth. To be fair. Alright. What did we spawn with? What is that? Let's see what we spawned with first. Big bong? Okay. Not your jellyfish. Let's put Bing Bong in the backpack. Bing Bong, you go in the backpack. Trumpet in case we can go to the capybaras, which we probably won't get to the capybaras, but you never know. Oh, big lollipop. Okay, I'm gonna save that for when I have the energy drink, probably. What is this? Just a conch? I throw it? Oh, I can just throw it? No, okay. I didn't know you could pick up conches. Apple! Pick up the apple. I want that apple. Megan, so I heard you get wolf ears if you win. Really? Okay, well now we have to win. I believe in us. Alright. I got this. A jellyfish on this. Look dangerous. I kind of want to put him in my mouth, though. Right, let's go. I'm thinking we go this way. And then up. Yeah, the mouth's looking weirder than yesterday. Yeah, each day it changes. You know? That's just cool. It changes every day. Oh, there's a briefcase right there, though. I don't think I need it. Kind of got a lot of stuff right now. I think we'll be okay. See? Oh, see? Oh my gosh. Okay, what's in these? First aid kit, bro. Oh my god. Oh, cute. Boop. And, yeah, what? There's a lot of floating rocks. Never seen it. Yeah, it's cool. Indeed, almost managed to beat it with buddies yesterday. We lost at the last climb. Damn. I think we did too yesterday. Oh, I want to eat this. This. Oh. I don't really like the rope, but I'll bring it with me anyway, just in case. There's a briefcase over there. I don't really want it though. Very full on stuff. Ooh, that's a special one. Ow. Open it. Ow. Cure all. Hog. Okay, hold on. Soup is on the stove and chicken is in the oven. Yum. Okay, and And then, oh, nope. Give me the kill all. Okay, we're packing pretty good right now. Took a little bit of damage, but it'll be okay. I'm sure we'll find bandages somewhere. Can I make that? I don't know if I can make this. Not very precious, I will say, about like the extra stamina, because you can get a lot of it, especially if you're playing by yourself. Yeah. I'm gonna go this way. Wait. I want to eat the lollipop and then I'll go up. Let's go. There we go. Now we're gonna get EP. Boop, boop. A lot of our stamina. That took more stamina than I thought it would. Or, that took more sleepy than I thought it would. And get up here. The fog rises already? Oh goodness. We have like a sliver. I would love to find some bandages if we could. Also, I fell asleep. Did you sleep good? Did you have a good nap? Did you have a good nap? Oh, you did. Yeah, good nap. I'm glad. I'm glad. Someday we'll have a napping stream, don't you worry. Maybe we should go back around actually. Maybe up this one. Up this one. Oh my god. I made it. Yeah, no, this is the way to go. I feel like this is, well, hopefully. It's becoming a harder maybe. Oh no, I think we got this. We got this. Go this way. Okay. Well, maybe we went the wrong way. I don't think I can... I don't know if I can make that. I don't think I can. Maybe make it around to the tree. Ooh. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Okay, well that's fine. I don't know if we can make it up there though. I'm like so close. No. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna use the medkit. Oh, my backpack. I can definitely make it. There we go. Can I climb up this coconut? Can I go on top of the coconut tree like I would like any other tree where like I could? I don't think I can. I'm afraid. Ooh. I feel like I can make it up here. Yeah, yeah. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Oh, oh. There's like a tiny ledge right here. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. No, 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 no. I think we gotta get up to there first. Come on, stay, 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 stay. Okay. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Woo! We climbing, we are climbing. Please, please, please. I'm making it. I'm making it. Whee! Alright. Alright, we're getting there, chat. Climbing the Mount Everest of our dreams. Oh, if only you knew. Ooh, I got a high altitude badge. Maybe I can go up there. I feel like I have enough stamina for that. Okay. I'm going for it. What? Okay. Oh, this is stressful. Oh, I made it. Ooh. Alright. Oh my god, I did it. Okay, so going that way is gonna fuck me because I do want the shelf mushroom. Actually, I could go like around it, I think. Go around the mushroom. Whoop. Not the mushroom, the jellyfish thing. Which I don't know how it got all the way up here, to be fair. Oh, there's loot. Wait, the bridge can break. I don't want loot. Not worth it. I'm okay. Okay. Alright. I'm almost there, chat. You gotta go. Good luck. Thank you, Gore. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Oh, no. Maybe there would be better? Oh, it is better. Woo! Woo! I did it. First try. Get up. Get up. Woo! And my little guy is so hungry. We're so hungry. We made it. What's in here? Oh. Okay, wait. Let's go see what we get from the thing first. Where is it? There it is. Ancient statue. What are you gonna give me, ancient statue? Pandora's lunchbox. Cool. I do not know what that does. Cool. Drink this. Pick that up. Put this backpack on. Guess whose sticker laminate showed up? Yours did! You gonna laminate some stickers? Alright. Twice cooked. Woohoo! I cook my cooked lollipop. Alright, let's go. I'll go all the way up there, huh? I don't see a treasure island like last time. I do see a big suitcase over there. But I kind of want to go up. And try to go, like, up, I think. I think that's my plan. No, it's raining. It's chaos. It is chaos. Bananas. I think I'm okay on bananas, actually. I don't think I need food. I'm a little hungry, but I think I'll be okay. The folks are seeing you before they're seeing me, so you will not be receiving. Ah, that's okay. That's okay. I'll be happy to get them whenever. I never gotten stickers that made for me before. That vine looks spooky. Oh, what do I do? Oh. Okay. I'm so fucking cracked. The chicken timer went off exactly when I played in my suit. Let's go! Fuck yeah. Let's go! How? How? Oh. I'm sleepy. I should have messed up for this. Okay, that was a... Ah! Oh! Oh my god! Is that good now? Okay. Oh. I'm gonna keep drinking this. I'm gonna climb up here. Okay. I'll dib it. I think we're going a pretty good route. There's a thing over there, though. A suitcase over there. But we're kind of full on stuff. What stuff do we have again? It's a good time as any to check. Cure all of Pandora's lunchbox. Okay, yeah, we got it. We should keep all these. It's really good. I think. I think we should go this way. Whee! This looks spiky. I don't know if we can make it that way. We might be able to. I feel like it might be safer to go the other way though. Like this way. But yeah, for what I know, Pandora's Launcher can either save you or fuck you over. Yeah, that's why I'm like trying to save it, because it could be our saving grace. I don't know if I want to go that way or that way. I feel like this way is better, because I can see more stuff. But I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna get there, because like the thing is I have to get there. But I might have to go up the tree. I mean, it's going back down, though. I think we should just go back down. I think this is a safer route. I say as I don't know how to get down here. Okay. Go to the big tree. Go into the big tree. Alright. And go up. And then up. Up. Yeah. Up. Woo, 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 woo. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Alrighty. I think I should put this. Okay. I think that works. I'm a little worried about getting up here, I think. Oh, I slid so far. Oh, wait, it's raining. I'm stupid. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. We're a little oh, what is it in right there? No, I don't need it. I don't need it. Okay. I think I should have put the mushroom there. It's okay. Okay. Go up here. It's kind of like yesterday's map of the tree. Okay. I'll wait for it to stop raining. I think we need to go that way, actually. Ooh, okay. I panicked. I panicked a little. What is this? Just a stick. Just a stick, I say. Just a stick, I say. Ooh. Is there food in here? I haven't been really looking for food. Kind of been relying on the suitcases. Which probably isn't the best idea, but meh. Ooh. Okay. I need you to get out of my face. There's some bananas up there. What's on my mind? Oh, isn't this a case? Food? Food, maybe? Ooh. Drink this. I don't really need the bandages, so what I'm gonna do... Drink this. Take this. Try to monkey it. Trying to monkey it, chat. Ooh. Ooh, I made it. Holy shit. Did not think that that would work out. I think I went the wrong way, though. Wait. Let me wait. Let me wait. Let me wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just gonna wait for my EP to go away. I feel like that's long enough. I think that's enough stamina just to get up here. Okay. We could go from here to here and then go try to go up. Oh my god, that did not work the way I wanted it to. Someone eat me. Ugh. Okay. I really need to look for food. I think food is usually like my biggest downfall. Ooh. Other than me actually falling. Okay. I didn't realize that's what I grabbed onto. Okay. Oh shit. There's a spot right there I think that we can get up on. Or not. Or not. Or not. Or not. Or not. So I don't trust this half. Okay. Trusting it. I'm trusting it. No, I shouldn't have trusted it. Oh. 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 No, 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 please. Oh, okay. Oh, please. No, 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 please, please. Oh, I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe. Oh, oh, oh. No. No, 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 no! Ah! Ow! No, I'm still falling! No! Oh my god! Am I okay? Oh shit! I feel so far! I feel so far! Banana! Bro! The fuck? No! Nar! Nar! I'm so hungies. I feel like I can make that. Got a caboodle. I don't have a lot of food. Should have stocked up on food. Oh my god, okay. Oh, I'm risking it. I'm risking it. Why didn't I wait? Oh my god. Whew! Whew! The cure-all could come in clutch here and save us from our hunger. We wanted to try. I think we should try that. Because a cure-all feeds us. Drink. Okay, good, good, good. Only had to drink a little bit too. I'm gonna wait for it to stop raining. It stopped raining. Yeah, we're not gonna make this. Oh, but we could make that. Ooh, ooh. I think we could make. There's like a ledge over there. I think we can make. Oh, why did I do it like that? Oh. I don't know if we can make it from here. Please. Please. No. 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 Ow. I don't know how we're gonna get up there. I'm gonna be real with you. I think I believed in the false prophets. I think we should try a different path. I think we can climb on these, but they hurt us. Makes sense. Ow. It'll be okay. We're gonna go a different way. Apples. Oh, that is the fog. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe we can try climbing on the tree again? I don't have enough stamina for it, though. This is always where I get stuck. Alright. We should go that way. We don't have a lot of choices here. I ran out of stamina. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. I don't know how I did that, but we did it. Cure all time. Okay. We're back in action, chat. Oh, that kind of looks like it sucks. I think this is the route we're gonna have to take. Oh. Oh, this is scary. Alright, let's do it. No, it's not gonna make it! I'm not gonna make it! No! Dead. Wait, Pandora's box. Oh, no, no, no! Damn it! Alright, but like one more run. One more run. One more run. Damn, that sucked. I got a new hat. Alright, but one more run then. And then I'll get off. I really did. Oh no, I didn't mean to do this. No, I didn't mean to do this. Let's go! Whee. I can always get the first one's like super easy. It's like the second, the jungle area that I'm like, fuck. I think the thing is I just need to load up on food and healing items. Nothing else. Unless there are pitons, because I want to get the sparkly eyes. Okay. Bing bong. Bing bong, go here. Okay, okay. One. The capybaras. This. This. You can drink this now. Oh, 2 energy drinks. 2 energy drinks. Alright, alright, alright. Well. I think I should... Oh, what if I cook the energy drinks? Should have cooked the water, actually, because the energy drinks will run out, and then I'll be sleepy. So I think it's fine. We get coconuts? I think we should just get apples. Apple. I forgot which way I went last time. I think I went like up like that. I think that was pretty good. I think that was pretty good. Yeah, we're gonna go this way. Oh, do we take the thing again though? Chubby mushroom. I heard chubby mushroom's good. Yeah, fuck it. Ow. Anti-rope. Okay, I go bed now. Good night! Good night, Cody! Let's go. Have fun on your little vacation. Thank you! I hope you have a great weekend. Oh, this way. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Up. Go this way. Oh, that jellyfish almost shoot me. Almost insane. Yeah. I'm going a little bit of a different way than last time, but I think it's saving me stamina. So. Oh, oopsie daisies. Alright, I remember I got stuck here last time because I thought this was the right way last time. I fucking dicked myself. Yeah, we gotta go this way. Oh. Alright. Yep. Go. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, let's go. Oh! Ow. Okay. I fucked that one up so bad. Alright, that's fine. That's okay. Alright, let's go raid somebody. Sean's doing stuff. Gordy's doing stuff. We did raid Sino the other day. Nilbugs making a knockoff Labubu Goblin style in a blender. Oh my god, I gotta work on there. Doing VR stuff. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I'm gonna miss you guys a lot. Miss you guys a lot when I go, but I'll be active hopefully in the Discord, and if I'm gonna be away from the internet, you guys know. But I'll miss you guys, and I'll take a lot of pictures. Good night, everybody. Good night. Thank you for stream. Thank you for hanging out. Here's the raid. Here's the raid message. I appreciate it if you guys used it, so that way they know where you came from. But you don't have to. Take pictures for us. I will, and I'll post them in the Discord. I love you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.